Tom. Good evening, council members and Mayor. I do want to tell you that we do appreciate your work, and I know it's been hard, and I appreciate your tenacity and staying with it. There's a couple of things I wanted to talk about this evening, and those are item F and G. Item F is to discuss and consider possible action to local newspaper website for bid of a forensic audit. And I feel like this is a wasteful expense to the city. There is an audit in process if it hasn't been completed already. An annual audit is done every year from what I understand. And if Jennifer Thompson, if there was a question about the current audit, would that not be specific? You would be able to see what you were looking for in the audit that's already there, or talk to the current accounting. I know she can't answer me, but I think it's a frivolous waste of money since there already is an audit. So I don't understand why we would need a forensic audit. And item G, establishing regular bi-monthly city council meetings. I think that's also a waste of time and money. I feel like that the accomplishments and the business of the city can be completed in one night a month. Certainly it wouldn't need to be set in stone that there be 2 meetings a month. Maybe you could perform a workshop or something in the interim where you can get the business of the city done and act on it during an evening of the city council. I'm going to also read some scripture real quick. Proverbs 6:16 through 19 says, "There are 6 things the Lord hates. 7 are detestable to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush into evil, a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who stirs up conflict in the community." And I'm going to end in a prayer. If you'll all bow your heads, please. Lord, I pray that you will be with us tonight, and you will be with these council members and mayors as they make decisions regarding the city. Please look to them in your favor, and all God's blessings. Amen.
Mr. Mayor, Council, if somebody recorded her speech, she's pretty much stole all of my thunder. But I personally also don't understand why we need a forensic audit. There is no proof of any type of wrongdoing, and you get audited once a year, and that should turn up something. Then you would look at an in-depth audit. But anyway, that's my opinion about that. I just wish each and every one of you would get along. I'm tired of the hate and everybody going against everybody else and bashing this one and that one. It's just not proper. And the other thing I would like to address is, if you don't live in the city limits of Godley, or its ETJ, or if you're a business person that does business in the city of Godley, the council should be hearing your opinions. But if you don't live in one of those, you're welcome to your opinion, but I think Godley needs to be listened to the citizens of Godley. Thank you.
Kayla Lane.
Ms. Lane, if you can state your address for the record, we don't have your address listed here. If you don't want to say it on there, if you can add it to this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kayla Lane, 14356 FM 2331. And I would like to speak on item F as well. My husband is an auditor, so I would just like to explain how audits work. Every year, a small sampling is done in an audit. They do not audit 100% of the financials. So a forensic audit goes over and above a standard audit. It is looking at everything in the accounting that is not accounted for in a standard audit. So I just want to add that from someone who has a husband who is an auditor. And then also, I would like to talk about item G. December 12th, these meeting minutes, recording, video recording, and audio recording have been sent to the attorney because this was already voted and approved on December 12th. So I feel like it's redundant to have it on the agenda again. When the city council already voted and approved this, it should have been acted upon, and the ordinance should have been adopted accordingly to the vote that was on December 12th. Also, I know Jennifer Thompson has sent it several times, and she's been ignored by city staff and the attorney. I find that just appalling that you're ignoring a city council member and that you're also ignoring a vote that was done on December 12th. What's the point in voting on items if they're not acted upon? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Sir, there are no more individuals signed up to speak. The next item on the agenda was proclamations. There are no proclamations, so that item after that is consent agenda with the minutes.
I just looked and saw there were no proclamations, so that's good. Okay. So that's all the reports we have, because that's all, we don't have anybody here from
The reports
What's
aren't on the
more?
agenda. The reports were not put on the agenda.
There were no reports submitted, so there's no reports on it.
the, okay. So on the consent agenda are approving minutes of the regular meeting of January 13th, February 7th, February 14th, and March the 7th.
Okay, since there are so many at one time, can we go through these, one at a time before we approve them?
So the proper process is to make a motion to individually pull and consider each minute, each meeting minutes individually versus a consent agenda. Consent agenda typically is for just approval of multiple items at the same time. If they want to be addressed at the same time, you would need to make a motion to address each item individually. That would need to pass with the affirmative vote, and then we would go for that.
Okay, then I would like to place a motion to go through each item individually for approval.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to go through all the minutes of those meetings. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
So, sir, I would just call them up individually and consider each minutes and then take action on it,
Okay.
or consider action on it.
So do we have the minutes of the regular meeting, January 13th?
There wasn't one.
Maybe you can address this. I believe the meeting was called for January 13th, but there was not a quorum at that meeting. And so, city secretary has just drafted a document memorializing that there was not a quorum and that the meeting was not held.
So is there any minutes to actually approve here?
You don't have to approve minutes. I believe you just drafted this so that because a meeting was called, she felt that there needed to be something for historical purposes to establish that there was no quorum at the
Okay.
meeting. So as you will review in your packet that was sent out with the agenda on Friday, that document is just a one-pager that says that a quorum wasn't met, and so it wasn't.
All right. Item B, approve the minutes of the regular
Well,
meeting.
sir, because it's been requested that each item be pulled individually, I would consider a motion on that first, the meeting minutes for the January meeting first, before you move to the next item.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve the special city council meeting minutes from January 13th, 2023, as presented.
I'll second that.
all in favor? Motion carries. Item B, approval of minutes of regular meeting of February 7th, 2023.
So on February 7th, item A is discussion and consider for possible action adopting a resolution confirming mayor's hiring of interim city attorney Wyatt Hamilton Finley P. LLC. We were never presented with a resolution at the meeting or since. Is there a resolution currently? Okay, item B is discuss and consider for possible action a resolution confirming hiring of interim city secretary Kathleen Rice. Once again, it was not presented at the meeting nor since then. Is there a resolution?
No, sir.
Item D, discussion and possible action on the confirmation of hiring 2 additional officers. It says interim chief Matthew Cantrell introduced officers Joshua Lott and school resource officer Quinteros to the council and asked for their approval of the 2 officers. Mr. Cantrell stated whenever I rewatched the video, so one of them withdrew his name today for consideration, so it is only going to be one. This is Joshua Lott and continued on.
Did you watch Is Chief Cantrell here? What was what was your recollection of item D on February? I know it's hard to decide that, but,
About the hiring,
yes.
Officer Quintero was hired January 9th, so he was not able to be on there.
Okay,
So it was only Officer Lott, so I don't know why he was written on there.
okay, so the action that was taken was just for
Officer Lott.
Officer Lot. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, what was the language that you said that was used on that day?
So one of them withdrew his name today for consideration, so it is only going to be one. This is Joshua Lott, and then he continued on to the background check and everything else with Lott.
And does the vote look correct in terms of who voted for, against, tiebreaker, et cetera? It's just that mention of that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then under community interest item, it says Mayor McGehee announced that a special meeting would need to be held next week to approve an ordinance to call the May 6, 2023 general election. After some discussion, it was decided that the meeting would be held Tuesday, February 14th, 2023 at 5 p.m. You stated at the March 7th meeting that we were not allowed to discuss setting the next meeting unless it was on the agenda.
What item are you discussing on that agenda?
The community interest item.
And it's the last page, or the last page.
What's your question regarding the minutes?
Why could we set a meeting at that time whenever it wasn't on the agenda, but at the March 7th meeting, we were not allowed to?
My interpretation of the Open Meetings Act is that if you are going to take action on an item, the public needs to have notice of that. And the public has to have notice of that by posting the agenda 72 hours in advance.
Okay, so that should not have been included in community interest items? We should not have.
It's not that it should not be included. If that's the action that the council took that night, that's the action that the council took that night.
Well, I agree, but from the last meeting, we should not have taken that action, correct?
That's my interpretation of the Open Meetings Act, yes.
Okay.
But again, that doesn't negate that you actually took that action on that day. So the minutes from the 7th need to reflect what action you took, whether it be in conformance or not.
So I feel that really shouldn't be in community interest items. I don't know where it would be placed since it wasn't an action item. But it states an item of community interest includes the following: expression of thanks, congratulations, or condolence, information regarding holiday schedules, honorary recognition of city officials, employees, or other citizens, reminder about upcoming events sponsored by the city or other entity that is scheduled to be attended by an official or city employee, and announcements involving imminent health and safety threats to the city. So I feel like we should take those two sentences and move them elsewhere, because they don't fit in with community interest items.
Where would you put them?
And that's all I have.
Motion, we approve the minutes for February 7th as noted.
Can I get some clarification on that motion? You stated as noted, so with the revisions that he stated, can you specify where the action in regards to the calling of the minutes, where would you like those to be reflected?
That's a question for you, but
Oh, I don't know the answer. You noted it, would move it to, in between that and the thing above it, as far as I know. Let's just move on. We've noted irregularities, which is what we're supposed to do when we look at this.
So there's a motion and a second on the table, sir. Do you know what you need to know to? revising.
All in favor?
Can you all show your hands again, please? Mayor, to be sure how people are voting, as was suggested at the last meeting, that we do a roll call vote for each item. It's gonna take more time, but, I think there will be less confusion in terms of the vote and for, city secretary to actually note the vote. So, that motion was made by Mr. Cornelison. Sorry.
Did it pass?
It passed, but no resolution.
Who,
doesn't
passed,
exist.
who made the second? Jan Whitehead.
All right. Now we'll do a roll call vote. Jennifer? Jan? Mary Ann? Roger?
I'm for it. I'm for my motion, but I don't, was pointed out to me, what are we doing with the resolutions that apparently passed, we don't have them?
Well, sir, we're voting on your
I know, but
motion
I
first.
I have a question on my, then I vote no then, until I get an answer from you. If you'd answer my question, I'd probably vote yes.
So typically, when you make the motion, you
Opposed.
vote in conformance with the motion that you're
Yes, I
making. But
agree,
you,
but he brought something up to me that I didn't quite understand, so.
okay, so your vote
What-
is no?
Yes, I'd like to know what happened to the resolutions and where do we find those at and be done
Well, we
with it.
need to take the roll call of the vote first for the motion and the second that's on the table. So, Mr. Pappenfuss,
I'll vote no.
Opposed.
We move on, and we'll vote again if we have to.
voted no, so that did not pass.
So let's discuss
to
now
three.
where those resolutions that were on that we voted for, but we don't have, that passed, but they were never with us. I mean, I just wanna clear that up.
They don't exist.
Okay, why don't they exist? Where are they at? What do we do, to
sorry?
clear it up?
Go ahead.
Mr. Attorney, what do we do to clear that up, that the resolutions were there?
So
we don't
you
have
did
them?
take action on that day. I know our office submitted motions, or sorry, resolutions to that. Ms. Rice can address where those resolutions.
At the time I was preparing this agenda, it was actually my first day, and I did not have access to emails, so I did not receive those resolutions.
How do we correct that and get the resolutions in public record?
I'm not
I
sure
don't
how we
either.
would need to do that.
Well, they need to be there.
Who is responsible for the resolutions that were put on the agenda for those items?
Our office drafted
Okay.
resolutions. I'm not certain why they weren't executed, but our office drafted resolutions and sent those to the city for execution, so. If they have not been executed, then I would recommend you execute it. The council did take action on those two items, so. So that previous motion and second failed in terms of the minutes, sir. So you can either entertain a second motion or move on to the next item.
I make a motion to not approve the February 7th meeting minutes as presented.
They have not been approved, so to take action to not approve, we need some direction in terms of how these would be corrected.
Well, the council voted on item A and B. They voted on resolutions that did not exist to us, whether the firm we were attempting to hire or not sent them. No one on this council got them.
But yet the council took action in terms of those items, so that action was taken. A resolution memorializes action that was taken. So the minutes actually reflect the action that was taken by the council on that day.
Who on the council that voted for it can tell me what the resolution says?
And so I should also address that any action you take today cannot, in terms of approval of the minutes, doesn't reverse any action that you took on that day.
Was this agenda posted on the website?
No, ma'am, I did not know how to post it on the website.
Okay,
I said
so
it was my very first day.
to rectify the situation as far as not getting the resolutions and voting on things that people didn't see, it wasn't voted or it wasn't posted on the website, what steps can we take to have all of these things readdressed?
That is not for consideration today. Right now, it's on the agenda to approve the minutes. So right now, your consideration and your discussion is, what are your minutes? If you're not gonna approve the minutes, that's fine. But there's no action to be taken today in regards to, you can't reverse action that was already taken on that unless it's on an agenda to address it. That's not on the agenda today. Right now, this item is for consideration of the minutes.
Okay, can we add that to the next agenda, please?
What?
To rectify this and have a revote on all items for that agenda.
That's not how that's to be addressed. Again, this is, if you want to submit a written request for those agenda items to be placed, you can do that. This item is on your agenda tonight to memorialize what action was taken on February 7th, which was a called meeting that was posted in accordance with the law.
I just want to see the resolution. I mean, we voted and it passed, and I'm not gonna, I have no desire to go back and change it, but if there's supposed to be a resolution in our minute meetings, we adopted a resolution, and we should be able to see the resolution, is all I'm asking for. I'm not really here to go back and redo the vote. I just want to see what the resolution was. It should be in our minute meetings.
So resolutions and ordinances aren't in of themselves typically attached to minutes. So the actual resolution isn't part of the minutes. The minutes, again, are to memorialize the action that was taken by the council on the night of February 7th. But again, our office did submit resolutions for those items to the city. I don't know why they're not executed, so. Excuse me, at this point, this is for discussion amongst the council members.
Sir,
Mayor,
you don't have the right to speak during the meeting.
I'm just listening, and as an attorney, I understand.
well, sir, you're not the city's attorney, so you need to be quiet, please.
I make a motion to revisit the February 7th meeting minutes at the next meeting with the resolution attached for our viewing and the corrections made as noted.
So again, resolutions aren't typically addressed or attached to
I get that, but
minutes.
my motion is for you to attach them.
Okay.
Do I hear a second?
No, second.
All right.
Was there a second?
Jennifer? Jamie?
Who seconded?
Who seconded, please?
Ron?
Okay,
I
thank
didn't
you.
know if I did or Jennifer did.
No, she was casting her vote on the roll call.
Okay.
Dan?
No.
Mary Ann?
No.
Roger?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Do you have what you need for that? Do you have what you need?
Item C, approval of minutes of special meeting of February 14th.
I motion to approve these minutes for February 14th, 2023.
Have a motion and a second to approve those minutes. Jennifer? Aye.
Yes.
Dan? Aye. Mary Ann? Roger?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. approval of minutes of regular meeting of March 7th, 2023.
Make a motion, we approve those minutes. March 7th.
Have a motion and a second to approve. Jennifer, your vote?
I didn't say no.
Jan?
Yes.
Mary Ann?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Michael?
No, because I had questions and discussion was not allowed.
Motion carries. They're approved.
I hope you guys heard him, because there's a lot of miswords in there.
All right, no public hearings, we'll move on to discussion and action items. Discuss and consider possible action approving an amended memorandum of understanding for the school resource officer program from the city of Godley and the Godley Independent School District, and authorizing the mayor or any designee to sign the agreement on behalf of the city of Godley, Texas.
Mayor, I believe this item came back. It was requested, Mayor Pro Tem Poppins requested that a red line be provided, and I believe that was provided shortly after the last meeting. But this is a red line with all of the changes.
That's correct.
I also asked for item 16 to be stricken. It is still in there. It has to do with training.
Is it something that's affects the city, or is it training that the school's doing?
The Godley Police Department will be responsible for all equipment and training for the assigned SROs, except for TASRO and/or NASRO conferences, along with travel and lodging related to those conferences, which will be the responsibility of the district. So we are on the hook for anything outside TASRO and NASRO. Not sure what training he may or may not get, but it should be stricken.
Now, he works
Chief, did you
full-time for
need
the
to
school.
address any of that?
Not
School
yet.
was paying for all of his training. So they have stepped in.
Chief, do you mind coming here so we can, when you address them, so we can get your voice on the recording?
The school is paying for the training, all his training. So.
What
we're not-
about the equipment?
The equipment, Godley PD, he has to wear Godley PD equipment. But anything that we have to buy, the school is reimbursing us.
Is that wrote in here somewhere, just to make sure it stays that way? No questions
I
asked
mean,
later?
it's not written in there, but it can be.
Well, the agreement needs to reflect the actual who is paying for who. So specifically, right now, it says that the Godley PD is going to pay for all equipment and training, except basically the school district will pay for the TASRO and NASRO conferences, along with travel and lodging related to those conferences. So who is paying for, is it all equipment that's being paid for this by the city?
Yes, the
Okay.
city is paying for his equipment. And if he has to go out and get a vest or anything, city pays for it up front. School reimburses. That's how they've been doing it.
And is that how it's intended to be done in the future?
That was my attention, that's how it was supposed to be
So,
when we started discussing
so
it.
the city's gonna pay for it, and then the school district's gonna reimburse the city?
Yes,
Okay, so that needs to be reflected in the agreement.
that was my understanding when they
Okay.
brought this up.
And then, what other training does he have to attend other than the TASRO and NASRO conferences?
I think he has a couple sit-down classes and a couple sit-down classes, and then TASRO or NASRO's by the school.
So who's gonna pay for those sit-down classes that you're referencing?
Those are actually free.
I'm sorry?
They're free.
They're free, okay. So what other training will the city have to pay? Is there any other training that he
There
has
is
to
no
do?
other training the city
Okay.
has to.
Okay.
So I feel that number 16 can easily read, the Godley Police Department will be responsible for all equipment. Since we don't pay for any other training, the rest of that can be struck from the record, and the school will pay for it.
But it also needs to reflect that the school is actually gonna reimburse the city for the equipment.
So here's the thing, this agreement needs to reflect that, and then we also need to negotiate that with the school district to see if they are amenable to those terms. Because since this is a contract, it's a two-way street. So, our office can negotiate that with the school district and discuss the specific terms and bring that back to you at the next meeting to consider, with those changes, or.
I'm good with that. I just want to make sure that even though it's said that we're not going to pay for any training, it reflects in here that we will. I'm not going to put the taxpayers on the hook in case we do. It's a contract. It needs to be black and white.
Chief, does, by virtue of him being, his employment and salary is gonna be paid by the district, correct?
Yes.
Does that include any, incidental training that might come up that would be required?
All his training, he's completed it all. It's all been taken care of, so there is no more training coming up. So I don't know.
If something does come up during the term of this agreement, who would pay for that training?
We would pay it up front, and then Dr. Tier was here a couple last meetings and said that he'll pay it all. So I don't understand why it's not in the agreement.
Okay, so it has to read that the equipment and the training will be paid for by the city and reimbursed.
He's got a driver's license, so
Okay.
he's gonna use our equipment.
Gotcha. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not trying to be petty, but it's a contract and we're
No,
bound
I
to
mean, the
it.
contract needs to reflect what is actually gonna happen and who's gonna pay for what. And if it doesn't, then, our office will make sure that it reflects that and that it's brought to you back and that we, confer with the district to make sure that they are amenable to those terms as well before it's actually approved by the council.
Just maybe to clarify this a little bit, initially, the school resource officer was gonna be part of our department. It's my understanding that the school has decided that they are willing to form their own department, which a lot of schools do. And that's why some of these changes haven't taken place yet. And that's probably why we were saying that we would pay and then they would repay us. But I agree that we need to clarify all that for when that happens. So that everybody knows how it's gonna be done. But I agree with Dr. Beard, said that they would repay what we paid up front because he still worked for us technically.
And the way this is worded, the school district will pay for the upfront cost for the TASRO and the NASRO conferences and the travel and lodging related to those. So we'll make sure that the contract reflects, the agreement that's reached between the, parties and bring it back.
So on number 5, it says the SRO shall maintain activity reports and submit summaries of these reports to building level school administrators, district level school administrators, and the relevant law enforcement agency. It's stricken saying to remove the building level school administrators, district level school administrators, and. So now the SRO will only maintain activity reports and submit summaries to the relevant law enforcement agency. I feel like the school should also have access to issues and summaries that are going on their campuses.
So there's a fine line between that, school access to police department records, because there are state laws or federal laws in place about their access. and about, just by virtue of being a school doesn't mean they have unfettered access to police records in regards to criminal incidents that might happen in the school or investigations that happen into the school or happen at the school. So this wording, by virtue of being an employee of the city, this wording puts the reports and the activity reports squarely in the possession of the school, of the city police department where they should be.
Okay, so if
There are
there's,
certain, and let me correct that. There are certain times when a police department will report or has a duty to report certain incidents to a school. But I don't think this section addresses that. This is just activity reports.
so what SRO activity is there? Like, can you describe that report?
And it's our activity, he does, checks the doors, the locks, any
Well, I mean, like, not to interrupt you, but like, if he's gonna report something, actually write it down and it's gonna go in a report.
crimes.
So
It's listed there in that section underneath what would be included in that type of report.
For the incidents and calls, yes.
And part of the problem you run into is, like I said, just because it's a school doesn't mean they have unfettered access to the criminal history of the individuals in the school, being juveniles. Juvenile records are considered confidential if someone's under 17, if they're 16 and younger. And so by including this information and giving that information unfettered access to the school district, that would be the police department releasing potential criminal history information about a juvenile that's not public.
Okay, I just don't want to create an instance where the SRO notices something, and by this, we don't report to them now, and then something happens at one of our schools.
We don't report to the school.
Like if Quinteros sees something, a pattern with a kid,
Okay.
and writes it down, he's not allowed to share that because he could question them, or that could include a search. And I feel like we should be working together with the district to help solve that issue.
You talk about like this hypothetical kid getting bullied or being off in orders on that.
Potentially, yes.
Well, I hope the school resource officer steps in, handles the situation, and helps this kid out.
Chief, do you mind coming to? I know we can all hear you in here, but there might be people watching.
When it comes to
YouTube.
like a child having a hard time or being off or some kind of issues of that nature, the school resource officer is trained to intervene and talk to the kid. And if it does need to go that route, he will report it to the principals or a counselor to try to get that kid more help if that's the route it needs to go. But when it comes to reports, anything like incident type at school, crash at the school, any kind of crimes and stuff like that, he does do reports. Or there's any threats that are made to the school, we do reports. School is notified of that.
So in this, it says, I guess what's sticking with me is the student searches and student questioning. So if Quinteros questions a student, that now means that we don't share it with school administrators, to my understanding. And I feel like that could lead to a very bad problem in certain
The
instances.
school will know if he searches or questions a student. Quinteros is very good at being involved with the principals at schools and stuff. And he searches that happen, like they had a drug doll not too long ago. The school initiates that. Quinteros just assists.
So legally, can we do that anymore if we submit the summaries of these reports to the building level school administrators? If they question a kid over and over because he's getting bullied, and can now RPD share that with Rich, Carnes, whoever?
So this specifically talks about reports, and what the law addresses in reports is actually, oddly enough, in the family code. And the family code says that documents that relate to juvenile suspect information, so if a students being questioned or searched because they're a suspect in a criminal act, then reports regarding that information cannot be released to the school.
I just don't want y'all getting hemmed up because you told the school something and then it comes back.
Yeah, I understand, but when I'm talking about he talks to school, it's not suspect-wise. It's he's just talking to the kid, and the kid opened up to him. And he goes back and tells the school, hey, this is what's happening in this kid's class or something. Suspect-wise, no, that goes with the PD. And then if we do have to get a warrant for a child or file a case with the juvenile office, we send a letter to the school to let them know we're getting ready to file on this child.
Okay.
Do we have any idea when this separation between our department and the school is gonna take place? Are they gonna form their own department?
You wanna,
I
I'll
believe
I'll
that's a
answer
Dr.
that.
Deere question. I will tell you it's moving along, but until they name a chief, it's up in the air. They have to name a chief first. That's TCO rules. Gotta name a chief first before you create your own department.
Right.
So until then, that's a school thing, their choice in that.
Yeah, and that's something that can potentially go on a future agenda to discuss with the school so they can address that. But today, we're just looking at the agreement in place right now, or being considered right now.
Thank you, Cantrell.
You're welcome.
I'll make a motion to table this item till the next meeting with the corrections noted.
I'll second that.
All right.
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Motion carries. That's tabled.
Like I said, we'll make those noted changes to 16, revisit with the school district and bring that back.
Item B, discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution appointing the interim city secretary or the mayor as the plan coordinator for the city's Mission Square retirement plan.
I make a motion that we appoint the interim city secretary as the Mission Square Retirement Plan Coordinator.
So I have a question before we accept that motion.
There's a motion on the table, so
Yes,
Do we have a
but
second?
Robert's Rules of Order also states you're supposed to ask for discussion and then ask for a motion.
I don't think you guys have formally adopted Robert's Rules of Procedure, actually, so.
Well, the agenda item does say discuss.
That is typically how these items are handled, that mayor, you ask for discussion and then entertain a motion. However, a motion is on the table. So a motion is on the table, so you need to entertain a second. If that's not, we'll go from there. But there's a motion on the table right now.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second.
No.
Jan,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Roger,
No.
Michael?
No.
Now can we discuss it and then vote again?
Yes?
Okay, I think this is a carryover. I thought we discussed it earlier, but I think that's what we need to do.
It is a carryover. We did discuss it. You are correct. But we are now at the point where we've taken this individual's money and not invested it in an account that could or could not draw dividends or however he has it invested. He could have, let's say he put in $2,000 that we did not put in there. It could have blossomed to $10,000, or it could have dropped to $500. I feel like we messed up as a city. We owe it to that individual to get a hold of Mission Square Retirement and see if they have a way to map that funding. And that would be done for anyone. That's the only right thing to do. You make that person whole.
So this item isn't on your agenda to consider providing any retirement funding or anything to an individual that might be on this plan. This item's on the agenda to consider a resolution appointing the interim secretary, the mayor, or the mayor as the plan coordinator. The action you took at the last meeting was to appoint the interim city administrator who resigned the next day. And so this item is being placed back on your agenda to consider the appointment of either the interim city secretary or the mayor. As was discussed at the last meeting, whoever is appointed as the plan coordinator has to be a city employee or the mayor.
Well, I have lost confidence that the mayor is gonna actually follow up and do what he is asked to do, so I'm going to reject that we use the mayor. She already, city secretary already stated that she was not very fluent in this, and that she also has a full plate. So, yeah, I'm gonna make a motion to reject this item.
What do you mean reject the item?
Reject adopting a resolution and appointing the interim city secretary or mayor as the plan coordinator for the city Mission Square retirement plan, because neither of those two people need to be in charge of it.
There's a motion on the table, so, Mayor?
Are we allowed to discuss that motion?
There's a motion on the table, so it needs to be seconded, and then you can discuss before a vote is taken.
Okay. I will second that so we can discuss.
Yes.
So,
He
well,
wants to
I want to
discuss
discuss
the
it
We're
motion.
not calling for a vote
He
yet.
hasn't called for the vote yet. Just to remind you, the mayor is the presiding officer of the meeting, and so he calls the vote. He calls whether there's gonna be discussion, he calls whether there's gonna be a motion. Mayor, Mayor, did you have something to address?
I was gonna ask Catherine, do you have any clarification? I thought this person was already using this, and we were,
He is using it, however, when the city manager Wallace retired, or I'm sorry, resigned, we had to get a new appointee. And then we were able to appoint Pribble, and then he quit the next day. And I understand I do have a full plate, but I understand that we have a coordinator that we could work with. And I'm more than willing to work with him and try to get this resolved so we can go ahead and get this funding done for this employee.
Yes, and by putting it off, we're just making it worse for him, for the employee.
I mean, you guys don't worry about putting other stuff off, so what does it matter?
So it is simple paperwork. I have it. It can be done in 5 minutes and sent over. It's nothing convoluted or complicated.
It has to be a city employee, which
Or
means
the
it
mayor.
has to be the secretary or the mayor.
For the administrator,
Which you don't have.
Which we don't have.
but it's on the agenda, so we might.
That's not how that's worded.
Not, yeah, it's not how the item's worded. It's to appoint the city secretary or the mayor.
So have you looked at the paperwork?
Are you speaking to Julie or me?
You.
Yes, sir, I have looked at the paperwork. And yeah, it wouldn't be that hard, and I would get in contact with the coordinator of it and go ahead and get this done so we can go ahead and get that payment made. So we could get him caught up on that.
So there's Michael Mendenhall, who's over the account. He's the one that got a hold of me after their account services flagged why we haven't paid anything in 2023 to this 457 plan. There's also a number that he gave me, and I gave it to the city, so that they can contact them and they will walk them through it on the phone. Do you feel like, Ms. Rice, do you feel like you could do this tomorrow? So that way we can, whenever the next pay period is, we can rectify that
I'll make it a
issue?
priority.
That's all my discussion.
Mayor, there's a motion to reject the item and a second on the table for consideration.
I have a motion to reject this and not set up this Mission Square. Do I have a second?
No, there was already a second by
Was there a
Mr.
second?
Pappenfuss, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we're just taking it on now.
So the motion is to reject this. All those in favor, starting with Jennifer?
Yes.
You vote to
Yes.
not do it.
Correct.
To reject, yeah.
No.
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 All right.
Can I make a
So, do we need a motion to,
You
Do
can
this,
entertain
then.
another motion.
I would like to entertain another motion that we appoint interim secretary Kathleen Rice as the plan coordinator for the city's Mission Square retirement plan.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Jennifer?
No.
Jan?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I would also like it on a future agenda item to look at that mapping of that individual's account to see if we owe that individual money.
So, individual.
Off topic.
Individual employees, have a right to privacy in regards to their participation in retirement accounts. What the information is in that account, and the specifics of dollar amount and what parts of the plan they are participating in. There's a right to privacy for that individual. So,
Can we do that next
so
executive
should the
session?
council look at that, that would be a breach of that individual's right to privacy.
I imagine that individual would agree if he's owed money, that he would accept it and us look at that account. But that would be a question for that individual. I would still like it at the next meeting. If he doesn't want to discuss it, we'll just table it.
So I'd say
Okay.
we can't send it
Let's go to the next item, C.
to council.
Discuss and consider for possible action regarding an ordinance adopting city council rules of conduct and procedure for the city council of the city of Godley.
Council, this is a draft of rules of procedure and conduct that we are resubmitting to you for consideration. As we discussed, it's recommended that you approve this item. Just one moment, sorry. Let me get to my notes for that.
Does anyone else have a copy of that?
Yeah, it was submitted, it's in your packet that was sent to you on Friday with the agenda.
So does anyone else have it in their binder?
So do we need to start printing our own packets or,
I'm sorry?
because we don't have a copy of it in our packet?
It was on my email, but I do not have a copy of it here.
It's in my packet that I sent to the city secretary, that I sent to you. It's,
Yeah, I got it in the email, but it's not in.
okay, so why are you saying that you didn't receive it if you got it in the email? It was sent out on Friday, correct?
We don't have it in this binder, this packet.
Okay, well, it was submitted by our office to the city on Friday for inclusion in your packet. I don't know why it's not in your binder, but our office submitted it to you all.
So can we get copies of those real quick?
Do you need me to email you that? It was online, on the packet online. It starts on page, page 41. 40, sorry. Starts on page 40 of the packet that was online.
Tom, it went down, good one.
I don't know, but we have to make whole. He went up.
I have no idea what mine's for. Afraid to look at it.
While she prints those off, are we able to move to item D and come back to item C? That way we're not prolonging everyone's time here.
You can.
All right, we will come back to C. Let's move on to D. Discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution approving the city's participation in the state of Texas opioid litigation settlements, adopting the Texas term sheet, and authorizing the mayor to execute the Texas subdivision and special district settlement participation forms and any other documentation necessary to allow the city to participate in said settlements.
So this item's being submitted by our office. Our office was contacted by the Attorney General's, State Attorney General's office. The State Attorney General's office has been involved in opioid litigation with several opioid manufacturers, distributors, and pharmacies for their contribution to the opioid epidemic that is facing the state and other parts of the country. The Texas Attorney General's office has negotiated several settlements with these companies as the defendants. And as part of those settlements, part of the settlement funds go to the state of Texas. They also go directly to political subdivisions like the city who have been affected by the opioid crisis. The Attorney General's office has previously reached settlements with several distributors, and those are listed in your packet, as well as several companies that manufacture opioids. The time to participate in those previous settlements that were reached, and those were actually reached last year in 2022, the deadline to submit documentation and to approve the term sheet, which spells out the settlement that the AG's office has reached with these companies, has passed. However, the Attorney General's office has indicated that just because that deadline has passed doesn't mean that the city cannot still participate. And so this item, what also has happened or transpired since that March 10th, 2022 deadline for participation in the previous settlements is that most recently this year, the Attorney General's office has settled with the pharmacies. So Allergan, which is actually a distributor, CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart. And the deadline to participate in those settlement is April 18th of this year, so just a few days from now. As part of these settlements, as outlined in your agenda item, the city is, if you choose to participate in these settlements, you would be adopting the Texas term sheet, which spells out the distribution of funds for, the city's distribution of funds or percentage for its share of the settlement funds. These funds are, you don't have to create a separate line item in your budget to allot those funds. But what is required as part of the settlement is that the funds be used to alleviate, or they have to have, the wording they use is they have to have some nexus to the opioid epidemic. So part of your packet that was provided to you has a list of 3 or 4 pages of recommended uses of those funds. But some examples for how some other cities have been using those funds, they can be used to purchase or provide Narcan, which is an anti-overdose drug that can be administered to individuals who have overdosed on opioid. It could be used for purchase of Narcan for the police department, for the fire department. It can even be used for purchase for distribution to the public. Most recently, I think last week, the FDA made it available without a prescription, Narcan. So it could be used for that sort of thing. It can be used for police department training. It can be used for fire department training for responding to these type of calls, which I'm sure the police department and fire department does have. So as was outlined in your agenda packet, the memo, if the city chooses to approve participation, or if the council chooses to approve participation in these settlements, it would be eligible for up to $7,892.77 in the agenda packet, or to receive that as part of the settlements with all of those companies. In the agenda packet further down, the Attorney General has provided a breakdown of how much the city would get from each company's settlement. And so I've put, if you look at the agenda packet item, there are some stars next to some of the company names. Those are the amounts for the settlements that we are past due on submitting our participation. But like I said, the AG said we might still be eligible for those funds because they haven't distributed all those funds. So what we have here is a resolution that would approve your participation. To participate, you have to sign a settlement agreement. Basically, the terms of that are non-negotiable. Those have already been negotiated by the Texas Attorney General's office. But you would have to sign the agreed settlement agreement for each of those settlements with each of those companies. And I believe they grouped some of them together. So there's 5 different documents that would need to be signed that basically says, we're not going to sue any of these companies individually as a city for their contribution to the opioid epidemic and its effects on the city. We agree to accept these settlement funds. Once this paperwork is approved and submitted to the Attorney General's office, then the Texas Comptroller's office is who handles the disbursements of the settlement funds. It's my understanding that they just recently, in the past month or two, have started to disperse funds from that first round of settlements with the distributors and with the opioid manufacturers. And so by participating now, the city at least gets their foot in the door and guarantee that they will get their share of the settlement in terms of the pharmacies. Like I said, it's kind of, AG's office wasn't clear with us what if we can still participate in the former ones, but they did say if we approve it, we can submit it and they'll review that to see if we can still get some of those previous settlement funds.
So as far as the processing documents, is that up to your office or is that up to the city?
What do you mean processing documents?
Usually when you get money like this, there is a paper trail after the fact. So who keeps up with that documentation?
Comptroller's office is the one who handles the disbursement.
Okay.
To be honest with you, the way they were handling it before is the comptroller's office said, oh, we have a list of cities who can participate in the opioid settlements. Hey, cities, just send us your information. The AG's office has confirmed with us that that's not the way it's supposed to be handled. To participate in the settlements, what the AG's office would need, because they're the ones who are actually handling who's part of this litigation on behalf of the political subdivisions, they would need a copy of the resolution that approves your participation. Like I said, there are settlement documents, and they are 1 to 2 page documents that basically waives any future right of the city to sue these entities for their contribution to the opioid epidemic, and agreeing to accept their share of the settlement funds as outlined in the term sheet. The Texas term sheet is, and I've included that in your packet. I don't know if it's in your printed packet, but it was in your packet that was mailed on Friday. The Texas term sheet's probably about 30, 40 pages long, and it outlines the structure of each settlement, how the state is going to disperse to the local entities. One thing I did not mention in here, so along with the share that the city can receive on its own as a political subdivision, the state has been separated into regions as well. So this county is part of a larger region that has multiple counties in it, and as part of a regional group, that regional group is also receiving part of the settlement funds that the city could be eligible for. They have not outlined a process or procedure for the city to get access to those funds through that regional group, through the counties. But as the Attorney General's office explained to me, use of those funds from the regional groups is going to be more strictly confined. You're going to have to specify what it's being used for. Again, those are going to have to be tied and have some kind of nexus to alleviating the opioid epidemic, but there's going to be more strict rules about the use of those funds. The funds that the city is directly using, again, it just has to have some type of nexus. So, you know, what they were describing to me, even, you know, donating the funds to a clinic that addresses drug use and drug addiction, that would be considered a nexus. So it's pretty broad the way the city can use the funds that it directly receives. That was a long answer for your question. What are the documents? The documents that are required to provide is the resolution, the signed agreements, settlement agreement terms, and like I said, we can't change those. Those have already been negotiated by the AG's office.
Okay, so there isn't any sort of fine print stating that we have to pay it back in any sort of way?
No.
Okay.
So the only thing they told me about paying back, like I said, the comptroller's office erroneously was giving out money as part of these settlement funds. If the city was in the position that they received those funds from the comptroller's office without approving participation, which is what you guys are doing tonight, if you would have gotten funds without passing the resolution, signing the settlement documents, AG's office said they would have probably eventually gone after those cities to say, you didn't approve this, you're going to have to pay it back. But you guys aren't in that position. You have not taken any action to participate, so you haven't, as far as I'm aware, you have not received any funds. According to the comptroller's office, you have not received any funds. So.
So out of the 15 pages of uses, it brings me back to whenever we voted on ARPA funds, we didn't outline what we want to use them on. So we got those 2 tranches and we spent some money on some SCBAs and haven't done anything with the remaining money. With those ARPA funds, there was so many uses that we could have used those funds, but we haven't. I would like to see us quantify how we're going to use that nearly $8,000. Are we going to send it to the police department? Are we going to send it to the fire department? Half and half. I would like for us to discuss, obviously that's not the agenda item, but I'd like for us to discuss where those funds are going before we agree to accept those funds?
So I will say, one thing that's noted on your agenda packet is that time is of the essence. If you choose not to approve it at this meeting, you're gonna miss the deadline. And like I said, for the previous settlements that the state negotiated with the distributors, you've already missed that deadline, but they've noted that you may still be eligible for those funds. If you don't take action to approve today, you again may be eligible for the funds from the pharmacy settlements. By taking action today to participate in that, you put your foot in the door, you've submitted the resolution that you've approved the Texas term sheet that you're participating in the settlement, then you will get those funds eventually. That's something, like I said, since time is of the essence, use of those funds is something that can be addressed afterwards. But I will say that if you choose tonight not to take any action to approve participation in the settlements, you will not get any of the settlements. So.
And typically, in this, are most places using this for Narcan and training use of Narcan? Because they have.
So that's just an example. Like I said in the packet, there's a list of recommended uses of the funds that the state had negotiated and discussed with the companies. Those are recommended uses. The requirement is that your use of the funds have to have a nexus or connection to alleviating the opioid epidemic in your community. So that's just an example of some of the uses that it can be used for. Like I said, that is, being that it was in the news the past week, that is the most in-your-face example I can think of. Purchasing Narcan, training for police officers and farmers, or fire department. And like I said, those funds can even be used to purchase Narcan for the community if the city chose that it wanted to have a program where it provided that to the public. I mean, there's liability in that, of course, but I'm just giving examples of how it can be used. You don't have to designate the use of those funds today. But like I said, you do have to earmark them for use that has a nexus to alleviating the opioid crisis.
I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. If there's no hidden agendas to where we have to pay the money back, then why wouldn't we get the money?
Well, I completely agree. It's just like with the ARPA funds. We bought the fire department something. We could have bought the police department something, but we didn't. Those aren't earmarked for anything. I assume they just went in the general fund.
Right, but this is just accepting the resolution to get those funds. So the next agenda, we can state that we want to discuss on how we're going to disperse them. Right?
Yeah, and I would recommend that, like I said, you're not guaranteed because the date has passed on the participation in the previous settlements. You're not guaranteed that you're going to get those funds. Again, they said if you participate, you may get it. So I wouldn't recommend deciding what you're going to do with it until you know how much you're going to have. That 7,000, I forgot the exact amount, but that 7,000 plus amount that they gave was the specific amount that they noted from all of the settlements. It's my understanding, just to be frank, talking with them, is that they haven't had all of the cities that are eligible and all of the regions who are eligible to participate, and so they have the funds to give out, which makes me think why they are still considering participation in the previous settlements.
So does it go in the general, when the comptroller sends us a check or a bank transfer, what fund does it go into?
That I don't know. You're not required to have a separate budget for this, but like I said, it has to be earmarked for that nexus use.
Well, I understand that, but I want to know where that $7,892 is in our budget for future use. Whether it goes in the general fund, and I can write in my notes at home that there's $7,892 that's meant for opioid use, or if it goes to the police department budget for some reason, all of it, and I can write that. I am a numbers guy. I like to track those things, so I was just wondering.
Generally speaking, it wouldn't go into the general fund, because general fund usually is like a revenue. It's not a grant, but it's a settlement, so it would technically need to have its own account.
It could, it's not required to, but you
Right,
could.
but that's
To earmark
generally,
it and separate it, as a separate item under the police budget, it could be placed there. Right now, you don't have anything in your budget for it, obviously, but in consideration of your next budget, that can be added as a separate line item, so they're specifically earmarked and separated from the use of everything else in the general fund or the police department fund.
I don't know how expensive Narcan is, but, and I don't know how much we carry or if we carry on our.
Chief might be able to answer that, but I heard on the radio that they were talking about anywhere from 35 to 130 or something like that. Don't quote me on that. Chief, do you know how much Narcan is?
I can tell you we have none.
Oh, well, there you go.
So Chief, I understand that our area has seen fentanyl sprout up more and more, as the entire DFW area has. So I don't want to earmark us giving this to some random organization or lose it in our budget whenever we could use it to go to the schools and say, hey, this is what happens. Kids don't take fentanyl, don't take drugs that could be laced with fentanyl. There's,
It could even be used for educational programs.
Yes.
Like I said, tonight is not your consideration for the use of the funds. The use of the funds are, the recommended list has to have that nexus. You're not gonna have any funds to use if you don't take action to approve. That's up to you whether you wanna participate and whether you wanna approve participation in the settlements, but.
were you able to find out how much it costs?
$185.
Is that one dose Narcan?
do you have any more questions? If not, I'll put in a motion.
I don't have any more questions as long as we're going to revisit where this money goes and not just leave it up in the air for random uses.
Okay. I'd like to place a motion to approve the resolution for the participation in the state of Texas I can't even say it, opioid litigation settlements.
Have a motion and second. Jennifer?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Mary Ann?
Yes.
Roger?
Yeah.
Michael?
Yes.
Motion carries. And
So
I
quick
don't know.
question.
I don't know, so we're gonna submit those documents to the Attorney General on your behalf once they get executed. Once that happens, we'll talk to them about when the timing for disbursement is. Again, I don't know if you're gonna have a city manager at that point, but usually the city manager would advise you in regards to use of that and then bring that back forward. So we'll be sure to keep you updated on what we hear from the comptroller's office and the AG's office in terms of disbursement and whether you all will be able to get some of those settlement funds from the previous settlements from last year.
And I would be very much in favor of using it, number one, for Narcan, but not totally for Narcan, but also for Michael's suggestion about some presentations to the schools, some education, and to let them know. So I think that's something we can discuss at length. But, yeah, I don't think it should go into the revenue budget, although I'm not the city administrator, so I'm just the unpaid guy that's down here every day for 8 hours.
So legally, are we covered since we just approved the resolution and we didn't adopt it?
The resolution as
sheet.
drafted would adopt the Texas settlement sheet
Okay.
and approve the mayor to execute the documents necessary for participation.
All right, just wanted to make sure we didn't lose $8,000 on a technicality.
Okay, next item. Oh, go back to C? Oh, all right. Discuss and consider for possible action regarding an ordinance adopting city council rules of conduct and procedures for the city council of the city of Godley.
So
Now have those.
I sent a whole list to Nicole. Are those edits in here?
We saw your email that you said you sent a list to Nicole. She has not received anything. Your email mentioned that you sent her a list on her Godley, Texas email address. She doesn't have a Godley, Texas email address. You have limited licenses for that. So our office has not received any comments in regards to this.
Okay, I sent it to the WHF legal.
She has not received anything. Your email specifically stated you sent it to her Godly TX email, which doesn't exist, so.
Was there a response to him when you saw that email and he didn't, or you didn't receive those?
That I don't know. It was sent to Nicole, so I don't know if she responded or not.
That's a no.
Did you get a response from Nicole about that?
No, I've
Okay.
never received a response from Nicole.
Do you have her WHF legal email address? That you could submit your comments in regards to that address so that we can look at them?
I did submit it to that address, nicole.core@WHF legal, or,
That's not her address. So I can provide you the corrected email address to send comments to.
okay.
Yeah, I think her email changed.
Wait, so the email that she emails us with isn't the correct email?
The email he just stated is not her correct email.
Me speaking, is that the email that she's been emailing you from? Like, that
I
they've
would have
been
to look at my
attaching?
emails.
She emailed me from the.
I am just stating that the email that I read to Nicole from Mayor Pro Tem Poppenfuss was that, and I don't know whether it was sent to who it was sent to and who responded, was that he sent her a list of comments on this item to a Godly TX email address. Her Godly TX, there is no Godly TX email address for Nicole Core. I will provide her correct address to you so that you can mail your comments to her about that.
Well, since my 3 pages of comments aren't in this, I make a motion. Are y'all done discussing? I'll make a motion to table this item till the next meeting.
I'll second that.
You're talking about item C, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if we have any changes or anything, or if we have items we want to be changed or somebody looked at, what do? We email them to somebody?
So there's a motion and a second on the table. The question is if you want to submit any revisions or requests or questions in the interim. I will provide you all a copy of our email and my email address, frankly, and Nicole's email address so that you can submit those comments to us. I think what I discussed last time is that this item addresses the role of the mayor, the role of the mayor pro tem at meetings, the process for calling meetings, the process for determining whether a council member has missed a meeting without good cause. It outlines the creation of agenda and how the agenda is posted, when the meetings are to be held, absences, rules of conduct in regards to the council and individuals attending the meeting during the meeting, as well as relationships between the council and city staff. And then it also addresses some ethical considerations that are addressed in state law that would create a Class C misdemeanor should the state not want to address those. The draft that we've submitted was submitted to you guys on Friday. So if you have, and like I said last time, if you want to send us any revisions or requests or questions, you can do that. But really your time during the meeting is to discuss the contents of those documents and to come to consensus about that. But we will certainly try to draft a document that addresses the issues that you all email us or choose to email us about. Unless you have any other discussion, there's a motion and a second on the table.
All right. Did you make the motion? Did you repeat it?
Second.
Oh,
Mayor Pro Tem made the initial motion to table.
all right, the motion to table. Jennifer?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Mary Ann?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Okay. Table.
If I can add one thing to that, just to touch base, I believe in the January packet that you all had, there were some samples from other cities, so you might want to also take a look at that in addition to the draft that our office has created specifically for your city.
And there's also a handbook from TML.
I'm sorry?
A handbook from TML that
The handbook's a little bit, yeah, the handbook's a little bit different, but, yeah.
that is out there. All right, item E. Discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution to obtain all documents and information regarding the city of Godley, Texas, to be released from Wyatt Hamilton Finley PLLC or WHF and to be returned to the city of Godley, Texas.
I'd like to move this item until after executive session. There's nothing to discuss at this point.
Okay? Anybody have a problem with it? We'll move item E. Item F, discuss and consider possible action to post in the local newspaper and on the City of Godley, Texas website to take bids for an external forensic audit by a third party on all matters concerning the City of Godley financials, City of Godley Police Department, and City of Godley Corporation.
So I gave you a scope last meeting. Do you still have that?
Sorry, the what?
The scope, the handout that I gave you last week, or last meeting?
No, ma'am, I don't have
Okay.
You provided a contract, I believe, with a specific entity.
No, that was just a scope, and it had 17,200, I believe, was the amount.
So a scope of work is different from an actual contract amount. So if the document you provided, at least to Kathleen and I at the last meeting, was a scope of work provided by a specific company saying that they can perform the items listed in the scope of work for that amount. That's considered a contract. It's not considered a scope of work.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'd like to base it off of that scope, and everyone had gotten a copy of that to review. But, I mean, we've already discussed this, and you said I needed to just add it to the agenda. So is there any questions for anybody?
I will address, at least legally speaking, we haven't reviewed a resolution or drafted a resolution for this. Oh, sorry, this is item F, correct? Just to specify, so this wording for the agenda is exactly how you submitted it to Kathleen. Just to specify also, the process for this is not to take bids. Bids is when a scope of work is provided and people say, I can provide it for X amount, and then they provide it for that amount. As I explained to you all last meeting, what the statute requires for this type of contract services for a financial audit requires a selection and a contract be entered based on the competence and qualifications and fair price. So it's just a technicality, but that is actually an RFQ, so request for qualifications process.
Okay,
So there's different processes. You can either request someone to provide their qualifications to provide this type of audit, or you can ask them for a request for proposals where we say, this is the scope of work we want you to submit as companies' proposals so that we consider that. That RFQ and the RFP process is a little different from the bidding process.
Okay, so I submitted these items to Kathleen. Kathleen stated that she always sends them to the city attorney. The city attorney works for us, and they're supposed to give us guidance on how to make sure that we're doing the right job that we're supposed to be doing. Kathleen, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't I ask you numerous times that if there were any issues with these agenda items to please let me know?
Yes, ma'am, you did.
Okay, so if there was a technicality, then why was it not reached out to me stating, hey, we need to revise this, this is what I suggest?
The issue we have is that we don't want to change any language because we don't want to,
You
we want
changed
to
it
make sure
last
that
week.
we're capturing exactly what you're requesting.
Okay, then why was my wording changed on the last agenda numerous times?
That I can't address.
I mean, if you're gonna say it for one thing, you're gonna have to be consistent on another. I mean, you guys have to realize that you work for the city and the city council. You do not run the city. If there's an issue with an agenda item, it needs to be addressed to the city council member that submitted it, or there's a problem.
So it was addressed at the last meeting. It was discussed what the process was with the council, what the requirements were for the council.
Correct. So then you knew where I was going with this. So when I submitted the item and it wasn't correct, then it should have been addressed to me stating, hey, we need to revise this item, let's get it done. This is the 6th time that this item has been on this agenda, and this is ridiculous.
So presently, the council doesn't have a process for submitting agenda items either. Submitting and having our office review them. So that's something that should be considered when you address the rules of procedure as well.
So I had the pleasure of watching myself for about 8 hours today on videos over the last couple months, preparing for meetings. So item J at the March 7th meeting minutes, Councilmember Jennifer Thompson requested that this be added to the next agenda to give/allow the city administrator to post an RFQ for a third-party forensic audit. So she requested for an RFQ. If there was clarification needed, I think that should have been asked. And unfortunately, since we don't get to see draft agendas anymore, and we don't get to see the agenda until it's posted outside, we can't correct.
Honestly, I think it's all been getting out of control, like a lot of these people, but I don't think that the control that they are stating is the control that they can truly see on our end. Because no matter what we do, no matter how hard we try, we can't get it right because we keep getting the shaft. I motion to table this item for the 7th time, and I need suggestions from the city attorney with the correct verbiage so that it does not get tabled again till the next meeting.
As stated at the March 7th meeting, the correct process is the RFQ. So to submit an item requesting that an RFQ be published, to take proposals or qualifications for an external audit by a third party on all matters concerning the City of Godley Financial, City of Godley Police Department, and City of Godley Court Records.
So is a resolution needed for an RFQ?
No,
No.
there's a motion on the table, sir.
We have a motion to table.
I'll second.
Jennifer? Dan?
Yes. And I would like it notated in the meeting minutes that a proposal will be presented for an RFQ as an agenda item.
Exact wording, please.
Can you restate that, please?
I would like an RFQ for a forensic audit be added for an agenda item at the next meeting. However, it legally needs to be worded.
The wording for the actual RFQ?
The agenda item and an RFQ wording, yes. I believe that's something Thompson can work on with the city attorney.
All right. G whiz. Discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Godley, Texas, establishing a regular monthly city council meeting of the City of Godley, Texas, to be held on the first and third Tuesday of each and every month at 6:30 p.m. at Godley, Texas City Hall.
Did you have a chance to review this resolution?
No, actually, it was provided to our office yesterday, but I haven't had a chance to review it.
Wait, it was provided to your office yesterday? I literally emailed it the day after the last meeting.
No, this was emailed to us from the city secretary yesterday. It indicated that it was sent to her yesterday as well.
Kathleen, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, how many ever weeks, do you remember me asking you to send this to the city attorney for her review?
Honestly, no, ma'am, I do not.
Okay, I will forward those emails. Will you please look at the verbiage and see if there's any issues that we need to address?
I need to review the law, and I can't do that I haven't had a chance to review this.
So I've got a couple questions on this. What is today? What's the day of the week? Why are we meeting? The ordinance 31.01, meetings, time, and days. The Godley City Council generally holds its regular meetings on the first Monday of each month at the Godley City Hall, unless otherwise set forth by the mayor and council in duly posted notice. So obviously, someone just did a really poor job of updating our ordinances, because I've been on the council for 2.5 years, and we've always met on Tuesdays, and usually the first and third, if we had agenda items. And the prior city attorney stated we would have a regular meeting on the third Tuesday, as long as there were agenda items. The prior city administrator confirmed that as well.
As long as there were agenda items. It wasn't to be carved in stone that every third Tuesday there would be a meeting.
I informed
probably
Kathleen
have
Rice
200
that I had 3
tabled
agenda
items.
items that were gonna be needed on that next agenda.
So the action that you as a council took, I believe it was one of your December meetings, was to vote to have a council meeting on the first Tuesday and third Tuesday as needed. That was the actual language. I believe someone forwarded that video to our office. The issue is that that action was not memorialized in writing in any way. Your ordinances, as it's written right now, do state that your regular meetings are the first Monday of every month. But the council has taken action as of now to say the first Tuesday and the third Tuesday as needed. The problem is that in reviewing the video, there was no discussion, since you all don't have anything in place that says who decides whether it's as needed. There was no definition of what as needed means. And so it's not clear, because it's not clear, frankly, whether the council decides whether it's needed, whether the mayor decides. It's up in the air,
In the
so.
past, it's usually been the developers who tell us we we come to the city and say, we have to have this now, and then we give it to them on the third Tuesday.
Right, so my understanding is that that's why this item is for your consideration today.
Well, if you would have kept watching that video, it would have showed Michael stating what justifies a meeting, and me stating if there are agenda items, then we have a meeting.
You stating that after a motion and a second and a vote isn't considered actual
But
item
that's your
passed by the council.
clarification of what qualifies a meeting.
So at that same meeting, Cass Calloway, our prior city attorney, stated that first and third Tuesdays were our meeting dates. The third Tuesday would be for if we had agenda items.
So his statement was as needed. You can do it as needed, and you guys took that vote. There was no clarification of what as needed meant.
I would consider City Hall being shut down for months a need.
If we have agenda items, there's a need for a meeting.
Again, it wasn't specified in your action that was taken in December what as needed meant and who decides what as needed means.
So do we need to rewrite all city ordinances because they are not black and white to where it's like little tit for tat?
No, I mean, on the agenda right now for your consideration is this resolution that you drafted.
Which we can't do anything with because you haven't reviewed.
Our office can't review things in one day. We have multiple clients that we have to address, and we need time to review resolutions that are being considered by the council to make sure they comply with the law.
So did you not forward her that email when I sent it to you?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you not forward her that email when I sent it to you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So then she's had it more than one day.
Maybe two.
No.
I
I'm
have the
talking like
email pulled up right now that Ms. Thompson, you sent Kathleen an email on April 3rd at 10:05 a.m. asking her to send these items to the council, items for inclusion in the packet. And I received that yesterday.
This one item with this resolution, asking you to send it to the attorney for her review, and you said, yes, I will.
Oh, I send them as soon as I receive them.
Did you not receive this yesterday at 10:05?
Okay, March 9th at 11:07 a.m. Nicole at whflegal.com, and then AC's email from Kathleen states, "Good morning, I have received your request to place this item on the next council meeting in April. On March 9th, at 10:58 a.m., I said, please see the attached document for review." And then it's even said by agenda item right here, and then it also has the attachment.
I don't have, that wasn't sent to me, so I can't confirm, and I can't read your phone from here, so.
The exact resolution that we have right here was sent to you guys on March 9th. I'll forward that later.
So I got another question. Why do we meet at 6:30 p.m. if we never passed a resolution to change it from 5?
We weren't involved in that. There was another council that would have been involved in that.
No,
6:30?
I mean, we voted to do it, and we've got a lot of deprived, so it's a good thing.
Oh, I agree. But why are we allowed to change the time without a resolution and not having a third meeting? Whenever we are strictly going off what the previous city attorney said and instructed us.
Well, I'm gonna say that this resolution right here came exactly off of the resolution that you approved from the city of Maypearl, so I know that the verbiage is correct. So if there's not any questions, I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to accept the resolution for the 2 meetings a month, starting for the first meeting in May.
And for the record, I will state that the city attorney's office has not reviewed this motion, or this resolution.
That's fine. I still would like to put in the motion.
I'll second adopting this resolution with the change of the last line that says pass and approve this blank day of April 2022 to change that to 2023.
Wait. Can you please repeat that?
I would like to place a motion to accept the resolution to have 2 meetings a month, starting the first meeting in May.
Thank you.
And I seconded that.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Do you have the actual
Motion is second.
resolution?
Jennifer? Yes. Jan? No. Mary Ann?
I'm sorry.
Roger?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Motion carried. Item 8, discuss and consider possible action adopting a plan of communication ethics and chain of command for all employees and officials.
Okay, so we have communication issues where the city council is not getting the communication that they need. Apparently, the employees cannot speak to anyone other than the city attorney. And then the mayor will not speak to anyone until he speaks to the mayor. So I would like to, the mayor wouldn't like to speak to anybody until after he speaks to the city attorney. If we cannot make decisions on our own, always going to the city attorney is not only costing the city more money because they are an hourly rate, but I don't think it's given us the best scenario for our city. Only because why would we want somebody in the city leading the city if they can't make a just decision on their own? I did create an org chart. I didn't put any lines justifying who goes with what. However, I did go through each and every city ordinance, and I put the city ordinance number along with the scenario of what that actual position does. As you can tell, our firefighters do not have any kind of specification in our ordinances, so we do need to think about that in future meetings. If you look at 32.05 service, it states all officers and agents of the city shall serve at the pleasure of the city council. So regardless of where they are on this org chart and who they report to, They shall serve at the pleasure of the city council. That doesn't mean that you need to get clarification because the mayor said you can't talk to the city council members. That doesn't mean that you can't justify the conversation between the city council member. So that needs to be engraved into everyone's head that the city council does have authority here. And they are entitled to documents and information if it's going to help them make the best decision for the city.
And to clarify, I've never told any city employee that they couldn't talk to his council member.
I have it in writing from Ms. Kathleen Rice that you stated that you wanted her to go through the city attorney prior to going through any of us. So why?
On a particular item or ever?
On
I did not say that.
on everything. And then you as well, you stated that you couldn't talk to me, even though the city attorney has nothing to do with what documents and checks you've written. Why would you need the city attorney's authorization to inform me which checks you've written since December 1st?
I haven't written any checks. I signed payroll checks.
Okay, then why didn't you state that in your email right back to me instead of saying, good thing you included the city attorney because they need to be in on this?
It's previous experiences.
Well, if it's in writing, then it's in writing. There's no justification on that. Okay. So, this org chart. The top is the governing body. The governing body is the mayor and the city council members, 5 of them. Who does the city administrator report to?
We don't have a city administrator.
Hypothetically, who does the city administrator report to?
We've never had one, but for a few months while I was mayor, and I wasn't called in for any of those meetings, so.
So you're mayor and you have no idea how this functions over here as far as reporting goes.
Oh, yeah, good, nice.
Well, if you did, you'd answer my question. Who does the city administrator report to?
We don't have a city administrator.
We do, it's just a vacant position.
It depends on what type of government you have, and the city administrator
Okay,
never communicated
we
with
are a
me.
type A general law,
Exactly.
aldermanic
Not a
form
home
of
rule.
government.
Yeah, not a home rule.
That's the type of government. So who does the city administrator report to?
Who does who report to?
The city administrator. Who does it report to? Does it report to the governing body? Or does it report to just the mayor?
I'm not sure. We only had one for a week while I've been mayor.
David Wallace was a city administrator.
Okay, so who does the fire chief report to?
Where's Jimmy? I don't know. He's not here.
Okay, so who does the chief of police report to?
He asks me questions occasionally. He tells me what's going on occasionally, but he doesn't report to me. He's the chief of police. He would report to the city administrator if he had felt like he could continue the job that he had taken.
We're not talking about these positions over here being filled. We're talking in general. These are the positions that we have here for the city of Godley. Who do they report to? There has to be a chain of command in order for things to work properly. And maybe since there isn't a chain of command, that's why we're having the issues that we're having. So,
we're having the issues because we don't have enough secretaries and workers to do what they need to do.
Well, then why haven't you posted the jobs for these?
I have posted the jobs on TML, and we've got applications.
Okay, so I asked for all the applications to be submitted to me today, and nobody gave me any applications. We have the items on the agenda to hire and no applications in front of us. So, does anybody know the chain of command?
The governing body. It says it over and over and over again in our ordinance for city administrator.
For the mayor.
The fire chief goes to the city administrator, the police chief goes to the city administrator, he goes to the city, to the council? Or does the fire chief, all of these go straight to the council, independent of the city administrator?
So you mentioned the TML handbook earlier, which means you've probably read it. And in there, there's a section for mayor, mayor pro tem, and council members. You are the CEO of the city, as I've told you in an email, and you wrote right back to me, I am the CEO. I'm the big kahuna, basically.
No, don't think I said those words. Or typed them.
Okay, that's
But what-
neither here or there. You would have seen that you are in charge of the city. We gave the city administrator the day-to-day activities. We did not relinquish by ordinance or resolution our rights over the city. That's why it's a governing body elected by the people.
So
If we
what the
just-
state statute says in regards to this is that the mayor is the CEO of the city. Typically, these positions of fire chief, chief of police, sub-positions under the police department, director of public works, Department of Public Works, I haven't had a chance to review this. Those individuals are put into place and hired by the city administrator. In the absence of a city administrator, the mayor, as the CEO, appoints those positions and fills those positions that aren't directly listed as officers of the city. The state statute addresses that officers of the city are considered the city administrator, the city secretary, as well as the city attorney's office or the city attorney.
So if our ordinances or list additional officers and does not list the attorney as an officer, what supersedes what?
The state statute supersedes the ordinance.
Okay, so who does the city secretary report to? The city administrator?
We don't have a city administrator. She reports to me currently.
The city secretary shall be appointed by the city council and serve at the pleasure of the city council. 32.01 city secretary.
Okay, so the city secretary works for the city council, right? Is that how that reads?
That's how our ordinance reads, yes.
Okay, so city secretary understands that, correct? Okay,
So, just FYI, one thing that's not addressed in the organizational chart, looking at it now, is that the state law does allow, or it actually requires that in a vacancy, that the city secretary is chosen by the mayor and then ratified or confirmed by the council. The org chart states that shall be appointed by city council. While that can happen, If there's a vacancy, the mayor also has state authority to fill that vacancy. That's something that's not addressed in.
Right, but we're not talking about vacancies. We're talking about reporting to, as far as the chain of command goes.
This also, your chain of command also addresses who appoints who, and it doesn't confirm with state law. And typically, as cities are set up, like I said, the chief of police is appointed by a city administrator. In the absence of a city administrator with a type A city, your mayor is the chief, or the CEO, sorry, and has that discretion to appoint the chief and establish a chief. This organizational chart, just looking at it, says that, doesn't say who the chief serves under, but it says that police officers specifically serve under the pleasure of the city council. In a typical situation, police officers are not appointed or hired by a city council. They're hired by the city administrator.
So, Section 32.03, City Marshal. There shall be an officer known as the City Marshal whose duties and functions shall be more fully set out by the City Council by ordinance, 1985 Code 2-302. So then we go over to Chapter 36, which deals with the Police Department. Police Department of the city shall consist of the City Marshal, who shall serve as the Chief of Police and shall discharge the duties of the City Marshal and Chief of Police and other duties as he or she may be from time to time assigned by the City Council and authorized to perform under the laws of the state. B, there shall be appointed a force of up to 20 police officers as the City Council of the city may from time to time deem necessary and proper. Ordinance 4-87, passed 3/5/1987. 36.03, appointment of police officers. The City Marshal and other members of the Police Department shall be appointed by the mayor by and with the advice and consent of the City Council and shall serve at the pleasure of the City Council. And then we go down to their commission. I, blank, Mayor of the City of Godley, Texas, reposing confidence in the ability, integrity, and loyalty of blank, do hereby, upon authority of the City Council of Godley, Texas, pursuant to the ordinances of the City of Godley, do hereby appoint the said blank, who shall hold the office of blank, in and for the City of Godley, Texas, with all rights, privileges, authority, and duties of a peace officer conferred by the laws of the state of Texas. That was 4-87 as well, passed 3/5 of 1987. Appointment procedures, 36.07. The appointment of the City Marshal, any regular police officer, or reserve law enforcement officer shall be made and entered into the minutes of the city at any regular or special meeting of the City Council, and the commission provided in this chapter shall be issued to the City Marshal, regular police officer, or reserve law enforcement officer, shall become effective after the same has been signed by the mayor and the appointment entered in the minutes of the City Council of the city. Ordinance 4-87 passed 3/5/1987. So are you telling me that all of our ordinance are bad? Like they need to all be rewritten and our prior city attorneys were horrible and never looked at that?
I don't know who your previous city attorney was in the 80s, but it's a possibility that your ordinances need to be revisited, yes.
That's scary because that's what we rule off of. I think on the next agenda, we need to have an RFQ as well for us to hire someone to rewrite our ordinances.
Probably need to add the HR consultant as well because she backed out.
So sorry for interrupting your organizational chart.
Well, since our ordinances are bad, how do we move forward as far as the organization chart goes? Because if our ordinances don't follow state statute, then, I mean, basically, it
That's
kind
something
of
that-
messes up everything.
So that's something that our office can review. I received, or our office received this organizational chart yesterday in the morning, and I just reviewed it just now. Not a thorough review, haven't been able to look at your ordinances in regards to the organizational chart, and to look at that, and also in lieu of the state statutes and what the state statutes require. So it would require a review of the ordinances, based on what the state statute says, to see if they meet the requirements of state statute, and then address an organizational chart after that's been addressed.
So how long would it take your firm to comb through all of our ordinances and past resolutions?
A long time. I can't give you a time frame right now. We would have to look at what your ordinances say now to give you a time frame for that.
Like, are we thinking like months? Because with the way records have been kept, obviously, we can't get probably half of those. So how do we go about that?
One thing that I've noticed just on a cursory review of your code of ordinances that are published, the published or codified code, they might not necessarily reflect all of the ordinances that the council has passed. So typically what you want to do first is to address and make sure that your ordinances addresses all of the ordinances that are on the book with the city secretary's office, to make sure that they're all in there first and then to review it. So it would take some time, I could tell you that. It's not a have it by the next meeting item.
So how do we rule as a governing body? How does the police department write tickets for violations if we don't meet state statutes, or potentially don't meet state statutes?
I have not made any statements as to whether any or all of your ordinances are legal. I have not looked at your ordinances to review them to make sure they're in line with the state statute.
Well, I mean, every single one that I've talked about tonight doesn't line up, which is rather concerning, like really concerning. Like outside of hiring, we can't govern without our ordinances. That dictates who does what.
Maybe this is something we should have been focused on while we were shut down and not doing anything. But I'm kind of puzzled as far as why it's never come up in the past as far as not being up to date with state statutes.
Is that a theoretical question, or are you asking
I'm
me?
just,
Okay.
I'm just wondering why it never came up as being not within the state statutes and how we have gotten this far without it being addressed. I mean, not a question for you, I'm just speaking in general. Okay, so then on to the next document. I put this together kind of as a guideline. I'm not sure, I asked Kathleen to send it to all of you guys yesterday. Unfortunately, she did not do that, so you're just now seeing this. Would you like for me to go ahead and table it until the next meeting so you have a chance to review, or do you want to go ahead and review it now?
Talking about statement of core values,
Yes,
I'd rather look at it before I vote on it.
yeah.
So without us voting on it, so can you give us an overview?
Well, this is just a guideline for ethics. We actually need to make a mission statement, maybe a company vision. It's a outline of keeping people, in line with making sure they're being held accountable and following the guidelines as far as what we need as a city to thrive. It's just basically creating a code of ethics.
A lot of this has to do with the,
HR handbook?
no, the thing we just, this,
Rules of procedure and conduct?
yeah.
Well, does
Same
this
things are in it.
just deal with council, or does it deal with employees, because it says being employed?
No, it's council and employees. Well, I mean, we should hold ourselves up to the same standards we hold our employees to. So, I mean, it should be a given that this is for both the council and employees.
So it's something we should add to our rules of procedure.
I would agree. I mean, technically, it should be in the handbook, but when the contract was not signed, nor was the payment given, she actually backed out and said that she didn't want to deal with that. So we do not have a handbook, therefore we need something in place as an outline or a guideline in order for our employees to know exactly what's expected for them.
I'm sorry, ma'am, when you say she, who are you referring to?
RISE, we had approved
A consultant?
Yes.
Okay.
We had approved I just lost my, we
You had an
approved.
HR consultant?
Yes, we approved that for her to move forward in creating our handbook.
Okay.
That was the document that did not get printed, and the printer cartridge had an issue or something to that extent in the February 7th meeting. It's kind of funny because that same email that was supposed to have been printed, I already had an email from the mayor stating that he had already printed it, so that kind of puzzled me. However, she never got it. She didn't want to move forward after all of that happened. So we need something stating that, hey, these are our guidelines, this is what we expect, this is what we need to do. But with that being said, I'll just, I'd like to table this item until the next meeting.
So we currently don't have an employee handbook being worked on?
No, we do not.
So I can tell you, just, again, I received this yesterday morning, so I haven't had a chance to review it, but some of these things in here are addressed by state statute, conflicts of interest, let's see, gifts, and what can be received as gifts and what can't by a city employee. What is the other part I saw? Corporate record keeping. While a city is a corporation, record keeping is outlined by the Public Information Act and the retention schedules. So this document is definitely something that needs to be reviewed to make sure that it is in compliance with state statute as well.
I'll second that
She did
table.
make a motion.
Motion to table,
That's right away.
yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
What was the vote, Mayor?
Well, Roger had to excuse himself.
Well, even if he's not here, he's absent to vote, so it was 4-0? Okay. 4-0, and then one bathroom break. Absent. Roger Cornelius. Yeah.
Item I, discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution to post an ad and/or hire a city attorney by the city council.
So I know that we've needed a city attorney for a long time. Mike, is this one of the items that we had discussed as far as posting in December?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. Has this item ever been posted?
No.
We posted it on TML, along with city, we
No, for
didn't?
the city attorney, no.
Oh, no, okay. We posted, city, court reporter, 'cause we can't have court till we get court reporter.
I have not seen anything on TML except for the city administrator.
Same.
I've got applications from TML. Go ahead, Kathy.
We've only posted the city administrator position on TML.
Okay. Where did you post the other positions?
I'm sorry, what?
The other positions, where are they
They have
posted?
not been posted yet.
No positions besides the administrator has been posted.
Right.
Okay.
But I have applications from people.
And where are these applications coming from?
Some are just emails that have come in.
Okay. So I would direct your conversation. This item's listed as adopting a resolution to post an ad or to hire a city attorney by the city council, not to address other positions that may or may not have been posted.
Okay. I mean, if we've already agreed that we were going to post an ad for the city attorney, and it's not been done, do we technically even need this agenda item? I mean, if we've already agreed that we're going to we were gonna post it, but it's just not been done?
When was that, that direction given at what?
When did I give my big convoluted speech on the PowerPoints?
January 27th, give or take?
Of this year?
Yeah,
You guys didn't have a meeting that
Well-
day.
I'll give you an exact date in a second.
20.
I'm sorry?
I'll give you an exact date in a
Okay.
second.
Thanks.
Well, I know it wasn't 1/3 because that was Cass Calloway's last half-day.
And you didn't have a meeting on the 17th?
Correct.
So was the
And
second
then
meeting held in January?
we didn't have one on the 17th because that was the one that wasn't posted. So what was the one after the 17th?
Of what?
January.
February 7th, correct? February 7th would have been the next meeting.
I think he's looking it up.
Yeah, we just approved minutes, so we can look at that.
So we discussed 1227 and 22, the hiring and posting guidelines for city administrator. That was item C. And then item E was discussion and possible action on hiring and posting guidelines for city secretary.
Say the 27th.
Just letting them know. Is there an archive of the city? No, there are archives. That's 22
Yeah, but didn't he say the 27th,
of January.
January?
There was no meeting on the 27th of January.
No, there wasn't.
I'm confused what agenda you're looking at, because I'm not showing a January 27th meeting was held.
December 27th,
December?
22nd, 27th. I can send it to you.
I see December 6th, December 12th posted on your website.
Oh, well, that's a joke. You don't need to go off that.
Yeah, I think at that time your city secretary had left, correct? I'm sorry?
Not till January.
Not till January? Okay.
No, the city secretary probably has left, yes. Okay.
She left in December, I think, yeah, so. I don't see a January meeting posted, but.
Yes, it was 12/27 of 22, a special council meeting. Whenever you give me your email, I'll forward that to you.
An agenda or minutes? Haven't seen.
Ms. Rice indicated that she doesn't have an agenda or minutes from that meeting, so.
Correct.
She's the city secretary, so anything that would have been on file would have been in her office already.
Cass Calloway, wasn't he the one in charge of that? Because David wasn't here, nor was our city secretary. So he was the one in charge of that meeting.
What do you mean in charge of the meeting?
Once he ran the meeting.
Hadn't he resigned at that point as well, in December?
No, his last meeting was 1/3,
1/3?
halfway through.
So do you have a December 12th meeting?
There's an agenda on the website for that, yes.
Okay.
There's nothing on the website for a December 27th meeting.
I
Okay.
can forward you the email that they sent for the draft agendas and all that if you'd like.
I guess I would have to go off of what's based with what's with the city secretary's office. Not having been at the meeting and there being no minutes, I don't know what action y'all took unless there's video of it on the YouTube channel.
There's video.
That may be the one that I uploaded to Rumble.
Rumble?
Yes, because we didn't have access to, well, anything, but specifically the YouTube.
Rumble, okay.
Okay, irregardless, we need to get this, this posted. So as far as the resolution to post an ad or hire a city attorney by the city council, who is in charge of writing that resolution?
Our office would be in charge of it if we were requested to write one. We were never requested to write one. We were never asked to write a resolution in that regard, so there is no resolution.
Okay, so if it's on the agenda and you see it on the agenda and you know that you're responsible for it, would you not do it?
No, typically we get direction to write resolution and ordinances from the mayor
Okay.
as the CEO of the city.
And I guess you didn't inform her, right?
Of what?
Of a resolution to post or add?
No, I didn't look at this until I got it. I didn't read everything. I certainly think that the city attorneys we have now are fine. I don't know why we won't post an ad, but
Well, because she's an interim and we need to hire a city attorney.
So do you need a resolution to
And
post an ad?
It's an actual attorney that does city law, not divorces and minor lawsuits, cusses out judges.
What are you talking about?
Then look into it, you'll find out.
Is that something your law firm has done?
We don't handle
I'm
wills
talking
and
about
minor
candidates
issues.
that I've heard mentioned.
Okay, well, we're not talking about candidates. We're actually talking about the job to go in the newspaper or on TML or wherever we want to post it so that we can get a city attorney that focuses on our city issues that we can relate to. So can we make a movement on this since we don't even have a resolution?
There's no resolution to consider, so.
Okay, well,
So do you need a resolution to post a job?
can we get a resolution typed up? And can I request a special meeting to go over all of these postings that need to be posted?
So a special meeting is set by the mayor, and it has to be requested by 3 aldermen in order for the mayor to call a special meeting.
Yeah, we've done that multiple times, and he's never called it, so.
Well, I'm one alderman, so if anybody else would like to do it. Yeah, all I want to do is get jobs posted. That's all I want to discuss.
Let's have a meeting in 2 weeks. Do we have applications already? Do we have applications from people?
For the city attorney,
For all of the different things we have out. City attorney, court reporter.
we don't have city attorney, we don't
Okay,
have,
court
we
reporter.
have a couple of
Fireman.
applications for secretaries. We've got a full list, we've got a full boat of, police officers.
You just said that someone yelled at a judge and did all these things that was a candidate for an attorney, but you don't have anything for an attorney?
What are you talking about?
You just made a statement that someone cussed out a judge and did all these other horrible things, but you then stated that you don't have anything submitted for an attorney. So where did that come from?
I don't have any specific city attorney applications.
Then why did you mention cussing out a judge and the other things whenever we were talking about a city attorney?
Can we go on past this, and what do we need to do?
There's no resolution for your consideration to look at right now, so you'd be taking action on it.
So I.
Document that doesn't
Jag,
exist.
I and the next item jag, because there's no resolutions.
Well, we're addressing I right now.
I know, but we can't do anything about it because there's no resolutions, right?
Going back to my
Well-
previous question about why this wasn't addressed at the time, if you see these items and you know that there's things that need to be addressed at that time, wouldn't the city attorney reach out and say, hey, by the way, I saw this item, where is your resolution? I mean, we need some guidance here. We have not been to school. We just recently got a fund to actually go to classes. So, I mean, we need an attorney that is going to guide us in the direction that we need to go, not delay us and make us table item after item after item. We're just spinning our wheels. We can't get anything done. We need these items to be taken care of, not to just keep tabling. People keep saying, oh, we don't need more than one meeting a month. Yes, we do, because the items that we are talking about continuously get moved to the next meeting. Therefore, we have A through M, A through Z. This is why we have so many agenda items. So if we see an item on the agenda that is not where it needs to be, then that needs to be addressed at the time and not after the fact at the meeting where we get nothing done. How do we get things done if it's not being addressed at the time?
We cannot draft resolutions and ordinances without knowing what you guys are wanting. And the description of this alone isn't enough to say where it needs to be posted, where you want to post the ads, that sort of thing, where the city attorney proposals are going to be submitted. That's
how-
information we didn't have, and we would need that information to draft a resolution. As city attorneys, one of the things that we have to do as well is control what your spending is. That's why typically we get information from the mayor as to what items we need to draft versus just looking at what the posted agenda requests are.
But how hard would it have been to say, hey, Jennifer, I see this item on the agenda. Do you have this information? It's just a few questions. I could answer it just like that. I mean, it's communication. Communication is what we need, and we do not have it. And this is the issue when there is zero communication. I mean, literally, communication is the problem in this city. And it's not just from one side, it's from all sides. So that is the key to getting everyone back in place to where they need to be, communication. And I don't know how it's gonna get there, but we need to figure it out and we need to get there.
We're on I. Discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution to post an ad or hire city attorney. But we don't have a resolution.
So we can't adopt, legally, we can't adopt a resolution if we don't have one, correct?
That's correct. Right? It's
You
my
typically
understanding.
want to have the language of what you're adopting before you adopt it, yes.
And we can't come up with that during our discussion?
So then going back to February 7th, when we adopted those two resolutions, so we just didn't have the verbiage? I mean,
So those resolutions were actually drafted and provided to the city. They just haven't been executed yet.
well, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it, so I guess I motion to table it for the next meeting again.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second to table. Jennifer?
Yep.
Jan?
Yes.
Mary Ann? Roger?
Yeah.
Michael?
Yes.
Might as well table J too. I motion to table item J.
He hasn't called item J. The mayor needs to call the item.
Discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution to hire an interim city administrator by the city council.
I motion to table this item to
I'll
the next
second.
meeting.
Have a motion and a second. Jennifer?
Yep.
Jan? Mary Ann? Roger?
No.
Michael?
Did he say no?
Yes.
Okay. Table.
So 4 to 1.
Dissenter.
Yeah.
Item K, discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution to hire chief of police by the city council.
Motion to table.
Just to let you know, we have a chief of police.
Oh,
Have we ever got any other any other police officers, or anybody applying for a chief of police?
Yes, we have 2 applications, but the job hadn't been posted, so.
So,
So you,
table that.
you just stated that we do have a chief of police?
Yes,
We have an interim chief of police.
no, we have a chief of police.
When we vote him as chief,
I appointed him as chief, as is my
Authority.
prerogative and authority.
when? I mean, I don't, if that's your prerogative, that's
About a
fine.
week ago.
When was it accepted in the minutes? And why was it not included on this agenda if you did do that?
wasn't on the agenda.
I'm sorry?
We're asking why it wasn't on an agenda.
It was not on any draft agenda that our office reviewed. Our office was notified that the mayor had appointed Matthew Cantrell as chief. As I stated before, under state statute, he's the CEO of the city. And typically, a city police chief falls under the purview, in terms of appointing or hiring a police chief, falls under the purview of the city administrator. In the absence of a city administrator, the mayor does have the authority as the CEO of the city for the operation of the city to appoint a chief.
What happens after the appointment?
I'm sorry?
What must follow the appointment? So no confirmation, no
The chief
anything?
of police is not listed as one of the officers under the state statute, where the council has to confirm the appointment.
What's the point of our city ordinances? I mean, if we have an ordinance that states that it has to be accepted into the minutes, then if the state statute says otherwise, what is the point of us creating city ordinances if they are irrelevant?
City ordinances also have to be in line with what the state statute says. And the state statute says, like I said, that he is the CEO. If your city ordinances are not in conformance with the state statute, then A, they need to be reviewed and possibly revised.
What about equal opportunity? Why was that a priority? We had an interim.
Everything else would be amended.
Because of that, then item K doesn't need any action.
There's not a resolution that our office has been requested to draft or that has been drafted.
We had a list of qualifications for the chief of police. Can we get something showing us that he passed all those qualifications? I know we talked about that, and I believe we passed something in the past.
Well, he has, but
That's
he
fine.
probably doesn't have a show right now.
I know, I'm not, I understand, but if he could, just send it to
He's
us.
fully qualified.
I'm not saying he's not.
I have multiple emails stating that you were not going to post the chief of police position until after we got a bunch of other stuff completed. So why, I don't understand why you didn't post the job and just basically gave it away without
Because
any.
we had a qualified person that was the acting chief all this time, been the acting chief. And he is qualified, he's met all the qualifications.
Can you tell me what those qualifications are, please?
No,
Then how do you know that he has all the qualifications?
because he told me, he said he had.
Okay, so did you do your homework and do all of the proper procedures that we normally do when we appoint somebody?
No, I believe you.
Okay,
I know that the police department passed all the audits that were done by the state recently. And the police chief was
We are-
audited right along with them. His qualifications were audited. That's good enough for me.
That's good, it's not good enough for all the council.
So what are the legal liabilities of not posting the job? I understand it's not a legal requirement to post jobs. But let's say a minority did want to apply for the job and was not given that opportunity because we did not post it, what sort of lawsuits are we up against?
So that's something I would have to look into. We would have to look into to see what liabilities that the city would be exposed to.
Don't we also have some sort of grant funding that bases that stuff?
Yes, all of our state funding goes by EEOC standards.
So violation of any of that includes what? Like hiring without posting the job? Were you aware that we had grants that require a posting of a job? Are you aware of equal opportunity?
Yes. Have you met all of our police officers?
No? I'm not.
It's not that job, it's all jobs. Any job.
This is for a discussion for the council.
Are we ready to move to L?
So why didn't you just put him on the agenda to make him police chief, and he probably would have gotten voted in, and we could avoid all this?
Because it was not required.
But as elected officials, we represent the community. It's not just one dictator. It's a governing body. I'm just saying this all could have been avoided. I mean, you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in grant funding. And future grants.
For
Anything. I make a motion to table item K.
Second?
Jennifer,
Yes.
Dan,
We already have police cantrell, but yes, we can table it.
Yep.
Yes.
okay. Item L, discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution to a policy concerning submitting agenda items, creating the agenda, editing agenda items, posting the agenda, and distribution to the council of the draft agenda and official agenda.
So Jennifer, before you begin on this, is AJ still here? He's the one that provides our agenda software. I think he'd be able to answer most of our questions.
Mayor and Council, AJ Thompson, no relation, just happens to be the same last name. I'm the CEO of Cloud Driven Solutions. You all have had access to my software for about a year now. Previous staff just never really adopted it. Kathleen, we've gone through a couple trainings with her now. She's kind of getting used to it. Test built one. But essentially, it streamlines the whole process. So the entire agenda is built within our software. Internal communications and processes are built. A lot of the struggles that you all have been talking about today, my software solves, including the distribution to the council, access for the citizens. The citizens not only get a portal where they can see the entire calendar, the agenda items, the full packet, but they can also do a fine-grained search and can search for individual agenda items. So if they want to find something specific, they can just type a phrase and it will bring up every agenda item that's ever had that phrase in it. It also allows for processes. So there could be processes built out where basically Kathleen can say, okay, this is ready for the lawyer to review, at which point she makes one change and it tells the lawyer she has something sitting in her inbox in the software to review that document and approve it, at which point it would then tell Kathleen, you're good to go, put it on the agenda. So a lot of those things. It would also solve a lot of the struggles within the room. So digital recording of motions, digital recording of votes. We have the ability to show that information in your broadcast as well as we could put it up on the screen inside this room. It takes all the minutes for her. So as she's feverishly writing over here, a lot of this stuff is actually being recorded in real time for her. And then with we're also the company that put in the cameras and the video equipment. A feature that we're coming out with in Q3 this year, it will actually take that video file and create a full transcription from the file with speaker notation on who said what, thanks to the beautiful world of AI technology. But basically, so, you know, the goal with that aspect is to eliminate her having to write and write and write, and you all having to go, well, what did it say? Go look back at the video. It'll actually just do it for you. It'll transcribe the whole thing with 98, I think it's 98.3% accuracy. But yeah, so we have all these things in place for you. You know, we're very much a crawl, walk, run mentality, so it will take time for staff and everyone to get used to it. We're perfectly used to that. We have cities all over the United States. So, you know, if you have any questions or whatever, I know if you ever want to see like videos on how it works or anything like that, I do give demos to council so they can see how it works, so they see what staff has access to. You know, I've definitely kind of teetered the line between council and staff to make sure, you know, it's benefiting both sides essentially. So.
Wait, so we're paying for this and we're not utilizing it?
It's when Kathleen came in, I basically let her know, hey, you have access to this. At which point, you know, we've scheduled some demos with her. We've done some trainings, recorded them, gave her access to the recordings. But again, it's one of those things where, you know, it's a completely new process, right? You're not just going to pick something up like that, so it does take a little time.
So is access and licenses to that software something that's already included in the city's contract with you?
Yes.
Okay. So this is not additional services
Nope.
that the city would have to contract for or
Nope.
pay for?
How long have we had this?
April of last year. But at the time, you didn't have a city secretary, and then Jessica came on board, and then she started to learn it, but then she got overwhelmed, and then after she left, then it was Kathleen, and so it's just, you know, me basically saying, okay, who can I help? But again, at the same time, right, my company's here to help, right? If she needs help, or if you all need help, just ask us. I mean, you know, I used to live in this town, so.
So what is your comfort level at this time with that software?
I have a few concerns with it. I tried it for the March meeting, and he was very helpful to make sure I had you know, be able to post it in another location. There's just, I'm just not real comfortable with it yet, but I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, it's very different. Like if you're used to just making something in a Word document and then you go into full-on software platform, yeah, it's different.
So I would say as in terms of how the agenda is drafted, you know, incorporating that in a resolution is something for y'all to discuss, but as it's posted, it's to discuss the policy of submitting agenda items, creating the agenda items, and it's, you know, like I said, the utility of the software and being able to use that. If that's something that's going to be adopted in your policy, should be addressed in a resolution as stated on the agenda. Again, our office hasn't reviewed or drafted any resolutions for this item. I will say that the rules of procedure and conduct do address these issues. And so if you want to discuss that in terms of how the item is listed on today, that's something that could also be added to the rules of procedure and conduct that we've drafted for you. But these specific issues about submitting agenda items, creating the agenda items, editing, posting, distribution on a greater level is addressed in the rules of procedure and conduct.
So, like if we were to do this, Kathleen would be the only one that could do it. Nobody else could go in and make adjustments or
No.
change something. if they didn't
So
like it.
when the user is set up in the software, you are all entered as, board or council members, and the software drastically limits what you're able to do. You can basically just kind of go look at things, but you only get access to about 20% of what the software can do. Majority reason, number one, you can't make changes to anything. And number two, you don't get access to any of the real-time collaboration and communication, so it prevents quorum. But, you still can go in and review an agenda, or you can just go see it from the public website. And then basically when she publishes it, it'll automatically email you all the published agenda with the link. If you wanted to do a draft agenda, then we would just basically build out a way that she makes one click and it sends you a draft of it. But the draft would be protected, so only you could see it.
There's no way it can be tampered with in any way.
No.
There's permission levels built
Yep.
into the coding.
There's 5 tiers of permission levels. The more we work with counties and things, the more they come up with new, this, plus this, minus this, and this. So yes, we're used to it.
So outside of what we are already paying for, what else is offered that could add to our agenda processes or our overall meetings?
I mean, really the only thing that you don't have right now is the digital experience in this room. So what most of our clients do is they either have iPads or laptops or something, and they have them in front of them because the agenda is digital. So the entire packet is digital right on your screen. You can see everything, all the attachments, everything around your screen. And then as you're running the meeting, it's going to show you on your screen, here's the motion by this person, and here's the second. So you can see the recorded motion right in front of you. There's no questions. And then when the vote comes up, you each have your own button to submit your own vote, at which point that all gets recorded and shown on the screen. So it really helps with that public transparency and that, you all feel secure. You can see, listen, this is what I'm putting as my vote, that's visual, all that stuff. That's really the only piece that you don't have. You already have the camera system and the regular software, and you all don't really need our automated broadcast because it's such a small space. It's not really necessary. But yeah, that's really the only piece you don't have.
So is the automated broadcast like we'd have a TV in another room?
No, so the automated broadcast, there'd be another camera over here that would point at me. And then the camera back there would basically, so as you turn your mics on or as you talk, the camera will focus in and close up on you, and then it'll basically back out. And then with the automated broadcast, as you're going to a new topic, it will show in the broadcast what topic you're on. And then as you motion, it will show the motioning information in the broadcast and the voting results in the broadcast. So, from a citizen's perspective, and even for y'all to, if you want to review it, you're seeing everything in real time as it's happening in that broadcast, and you're not trying to see do the roll call or raise your hands or whatever. It really enhances it drastically. It's used by quite a few cities in DFW.
What do each of those cost, off the top of your head?
The tablets?
Like if we were to have screens in front of us?
I mean, you could go as inexpensive as $300-400 Chromebooks, because the software is completely web-based.
Okay.
So you could just use Chromebooks. I have Dallas Parks and Rec, they use Android tablets. Pflugerville uses iPads. Cities, Colleyville, Fort Worth, they use desktop computers. I mean, because it's all web-based, it's totally up to you on what you want to use. But Chromebooks work perfectly fine. I use them for demos all the time.
So do you have a way to set retention laws?
We don't drop things off ever.
So it's
It's always there.
Okay, good.
Yep. If you wanted to import old stuff, there would be a charge for that, obviously, because we'd have to go through all the work to bring it in. But as far as like anything you create in our software, we don't cut you off after 2 years and say that stuff's got to drop off. Now, what some cities do is they'll take those and they'll put in something like Laserfish. So, that's literally what that company does. So they'll say, after this, it's in Laserfish, go find it. But it's up to you. Or fish, or however you say it. Yes.
So we don't have a resolution. So. Did y'all have any other questions? We need a resolution in order to make a motion to move forward, so.
I don't think we really need a resolution, because I think that's going to be covered, like was stated earlier, in our rules of procedure. Because I know I covered a lot of these in my email that I sent, just for clarification and questions.
So if, like I said, if this is something, the software that the city already has access to is something that you want to consider and include in your policy for all of these things that are listed in this agenda item, I would recommend that you submit those for inclusion in the rules of procedure and conduct so that this software and these services can be included in that process. But as items listed, it's, concerning submitting agenda items, creating the agenda. It sounds like this software might be able to aid the city in doing that. But one thing that has to be addressed is, and what rules of conduct and rules of procedure should address is, basically who has authority to do what, what's the timing for submission. And I'm assuming that the software, and I know a lot of other cities, Colleyville being one, you can set deadlines saying, items have to be submitted, the Tuesday before they're actually posted on the Friday, so that they have time to have legal review, so that everything's in place, so that, I'm assuming yours is like theirs, and they can check off whether the packet's ready to go from staff on that item, whether there's a resolution in place.
We also, like the chief of police, the fire chief, all them, right, for their monthly reports and all that, they get logins into the software.
Yeah.
They go to that meeting, file their report, it's in there, send it to them, say, hey, our report's ready to go. There's no emailing back and forth, versions of anything, it's all inside the software. So. But yes, there's cutoff times, and actually, what one of our cities does now is they set themselves a reminder for events even further out to do public notifications. So, like if something they want to post about like 2 months from now, it'll set a reminder for them 2 weeks before it to put it on social media and the newspaper and stuff like that. So, we're finding all kinds of fun ways they use our stuff.
That's
Now-
nice for public hearings and.
What are your thoughts, council, as far as allowing citizens to add agenda items? The process there, I would think, would be to notify the city secretary if they had an item that they wanted to discuss. But, is that something that we need? Or is that something we want to, no, let's not do that?
I think traditionally they would voice their concern in open comment, and then we would deem it necessary to go on an agenda.
And our software will allow citizens, so you can enable specific items that allow citizen comments. So they can submit comments to you on agenda items that you'll be able to go back and look at.
When would those be submitted? After the agenda's posted?
Yes.
Or, okay.
And then it cuts off, like if the meeting's at 6:30, it cuts off at 5.
Right.
So it shuts them down at 5 o'clock.
We've had double letter meetings. I don't want quadruple and. So I think all that needs to be done in the rules of procedure, and
Yeah, and if you need anything, just, you know how to reach me. Yep.
I appreciate it. I'll make a motion to take no action on item L.
You don't have to take a motion to take no action. You can just not take any action or not make any motions. If you want to withdraw your motion, or we can continue with your motion to do nothing.
I will withdraw my motion.
Okay.
So, we're going to go on to item M.
So this was placed on the agenda at the request of Mayor Pro Tem Pappenfuss at the last meeting to discuss and consider possible action to schedule the next regular council meeting. As discussed, the last action that you took, although your ordinances do say that your meetings are the first Monday of every month, the last action that was taken in December was to have a first meeting on the first Tuesday of the month and second meeting on the third Tuesday of the month. If needed, sorry, I forgot to add that part. If needed or as needed. And so this, as we discussed at the last meeting, is my interpretation that if you are going to vote on whether you're going to have a next meeting, it needs to be on the agenda. So it's on the agenda now. I can tell you that our firm doesn't have a city attorney that's available on the third Tuesday of the month. We are all at pre-scheduled meetings that are already scheduled for our other clients. That being said, should you wish to maybe set a special meeting on a different day that same week, we could attend that meeting.
And that's for April, right?
That would be for April, yes.
Are you all able to attend a meeting next week
Um,
with 72 hours notice and all the other TOMA stuff?
I would have to look at my calendar to see that.
Will we have quorum if we do a special meeting?
It doesn't say anything about a special meeting, it just says we pick the next meeting, we can pick it whenever we want.
I mean, the item is posted for the next regular meeting. I'm just letting you know that no one from our office can attend any third Tuesday. If a special meeting is called, it would be a special meeting called by the mayor on a different day. So, and without consensus, the mayor has the discretion to call it when he wants. Or without a request by 3 members of the council.
Can you explain exactly how that process goes? If
What
3
process?
council members request it?
In the state statute, it says that if 3 members or 3 aldermen request that a special called meeting be called, that it be called. But it's the discretion of the mayor when it's going to be called, what date, what time, et cetera.
So are there time limits or anything on that?
What do you mean time limits?
Let's
Nothing in the
say,
state statutes, no. You mean time in between request and when it's called?
yes.
No.
So let's say 3 aldermen email the mayor tomorrow. What requirements are there to call one before the next regular meeting?
It just says that the mayor shall call, but it doesn't say when and what day and what time.
What if we suggest a date and time?
It's not required that if all of the individuals suggest or request it to be held a certain day, that it be held that certain day. It's a discretion of the mayor what date it will be called. Date and time, location. Within the parameters of, has to be in a location that's accessible to everybody and those things, but.
And does the city attorney have to be present in order to hold a meeting?
No.
That's for not all of them. We have a scheduled date, we have some items that are left open, so let's have a meeting in 2 weeks. It's the date we picked.
I mean, it's,
And if we wanna come back later and make another resolution to change it to a date that they can accommodate us, that's fine, but let's get some people in the offices here, find some resumes, hire some people.
So if you type up the resolutions, you approve the resolutions, do you have to be here for us to vote on the resolutions?
we're not required to be here, but it is advisable that you have an attorney at the meeting to advise you about going through the process of handling the meetings, making sure that everything is being held in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, et cetera.
So that resolution
And I'm not real
Yes.
comfortable
didn't
having meetings
start
without
until next month.
the attorney present and attorney present.
Yeah, our office has communicated, we have never been available on the third Tuesday.
Oh,
So,
that's news to us, well,
Yeah.
to me.
I hope to get in a position where we can't vote on anything and everything has to be tabled again. So, I mean, if y'all are available next Tuesday, I'm good with that. If y'all wanna do a special meeting for next Tuesday, are you guys available then?
So like I said, it's not on your agenda to vote for a special meeting. It's to vote whether you're gonna have your next regular council meeting, which is set for the third Tuesday. I'm telling you that we're not available that day, so you can't actually, the way it's posted is not to take a vote on whether you're gonna have a special meeting. That being said, if there is some general consensus, or if 3 of you down the line request that a special meeting be held, I'm just letting you know that our office is available that same week to meet. I believe that one of our attorneys is going to be out of the office that week. I have to look at our agendas. Let me see those dates. So the 3rd would be the 17th, 18th, 19th. Just make sure that I'm not covering for those days. I am not available on the 19th. We don't have anybody available on the 19th. But the 17th and 17th and 20th would be available.
What day of the week is
That's Monday and Thursday, that same week as the third Tuesday, the third week of the month.
Do you have anybody available the 11th, 12th, 13th, or 14th?
The 11th, no. Actually, the 11th, yes. Yeah, next week is available.
all week?
Not on the 10th.
Mary Ann's gonna be gone next week.
Not available on the 10th. But like I said, as this agenda item's posted, it's for your regular meeting. If you're gonna call a special meeting, that's for either the mayor to call in his own regard or for 3 council members to request it.
We'll make a motion to set our next regular city council meeting for May 2nd.
Be the first.
Does
Yeah.
that give you enough time to create all the resolutions for,
May 2nd? What resolutions are you talking about?
all the ones that were tabled tonight?
So we can't write a resolution to hire an interim city administrator without knowing that person's name. We can't write a resolution to hire a chief of police without knowing that person's name. We can't write a resolution to post an ad and/or hire a city attorney without knowing that person's
So
name.
how do we move forward?
I'm sorry?
How do we move forward in getting these positions filled?
Wording it without the adopting a resolution. Discuss and take possible action.
I tried that, and I was informed that they were illegal and would not be put on the agenda. So that is why.
If you were writing on your agenda item to consider a resolution, the resolution needs to be in place for you to consider. So, like I said, we would need direction from you about how to draft that. I mean, we know how to draft it, what the contents of that would be.
So then I will, by the end of this week, get with you via email so that we can discuss, or we can phone call, whatever, so that we can discuss on how we get these agenda items moving forward instead of having to keep tabling. So, I mean, somewhere there's some broken communication because I did do the agenda items the way that you just stated without the resolution, but they were disregarded because the city attorney stated that they were illegal items per the mayor. So it's a catch-22. I am confused on what I need to do. So maybe you and I can get together and clarify that, if you don't mind.
We can discuss it. Yeah.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to schedule the next city council meeting on May the
Second.
2nd. Okay. Jennifer?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Motion carries. Executive session.
Sir, there is the next item of community interest items, if you want to address that before we go in executive session.
The Texas Open Meetings Act, effective September 1st, 2009, provides a form of the city council may receive from municipal staff and a member of the governing body may make a report regarding items of community interest, including the following expression of thanks, congratulations, or condolence, information regarding holiday schedules, honorary recognition of city officials, employees, or other citizens, reminders about upcoming events sponsored by the city or other entity that is scheduled to be attended by a city official or city employee, and announcements involving imminent public health and safety threats to the city.
Lions Club flower sales coming up on April 22nd. It'll be at the park.
I heard ice cream too.
I like ice cream better.
I got a little excited for ice cream.
Okay. We're going into executive session.
Sir, before we go into executive session, the law requires that we read the item that is posted and the reason for going into executive session. I can do that. Pursuant to section 550, or I'm going to read the whole thing. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, Section 551, and it lists the different sections: 551.071, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.087, and section 418.0183F. Executive session may be held under these exceptions and at any time during the meeting that a need arises for the council to discuss a posted agenda, posted subject matter of this council meeting, and specifically pursuant to section 551.074, discussion of the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. Discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution to terminate the contract between Wyatt Hamilton Finley P. LLC, or WHF, and the City of Godley, releasing Wyatt Hamilton Finley P. LLC, or WHF, for all duties as the interim city attorney for the City of Godley, Texas. Councilmember Jennifer Thompson. So at this time, the regular meeting will be paused for the council to go into executive session and to reconvene afterwards. So. No. 9:54 p.m. Did you get the time on that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to be sitting here? Can I leave this stuff out?
Yes.
Okay.
I might have to run.
I'll bring my stuff with me. I don't want it. That's okay. Did you guys set dockets for next Tuesday?
Because I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, and I think you were gonna meet with somebody and they didn't come, right? Yep, yeah. Yeah, you need to notify the judge and tell them because, the docket has to be set and notices have to go out to all the individuals letting them know that they're set for next Tuesday. And they have to have a 10-day notice. So if you haven't sent notices out for the hearing date and for pre-trials or trials or anything like that, then you won't be able to have yeah, so just be sure to let the judge know that.
Yeah, I don't know how to know if any of this stuff is incurred or not.
Oh, they have income? Okay.
Yeah, and they won't. They were supposed to help me upwardly. Do you need to go ahead and go?
Yeah, yeah. We'll talk about it afterwards.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
you and I
fine.
can discuss it. Let me go.
incorporates what state law that you amended to affect you, then your ordinance takes place.
Verbiage that
Yes.
says serves as the budget.
Yes. Correct. She's mom has so many different levels that it's just ridiculous. I mean, I spent, believe me, I've gone through the government code, all 2,900 pages. I've gone through the election code, all 27 pages. I've reviewed it. How are you guys doing that? Okay. Let me give you this. I sent in a request, okay? And I'm an attorney. And I don't mess around. Okay. I will litigate. Okay. They objected to me. They wanted to send it down to the AG. I respond to the AG. I go, their objections are all lack of merit for these reasons. Okay. This is what I requested. It's very specific. She comes back and then wants to say, oh, well, we're objecting to this and this. And I wrote in that letter to my court saying, each one of your objections, and I put it out, I go, it's not confidential. I can ask for a personal text. There was no way. She was objecting under general objections that did not apply to my representation. There was no litigation whatsoever. There was absolutely no litigation. And she used that same when I go, what litigation? I go, Ms. Thompson, I said, I will obtain 2 letters from the DA's office and the city attorney that did not prosecute. So what litigation? I obtained it. Yeah, exactly. Because you're a citizen, you can go away. I'm an attorney. I don't go away. Oh, I'm getting it. I spent $700 to get the copies of all the hands of days that
Oh, when she gave my file.
David, declaration of support. I want. I've got.
Well, I just wasn't sure, you know,
I
that's
thought I
the
was
first time I've ever done a request.
And it has to be really specific. I mean, I've read.
Well, it was very specific, but they just responded saying that they were referring it to the AG's office to say that it is now not and open record because of pending.
You see, unless you put them on, there's no open, and you force that issue to them, they're not gonna respond. They have to respond, they're not my job. You don't respond, I'll file a motion with the court. I'll file your sanction, video attorney's fees, and I'll go that route. Yeah. As I said, I don't know. I do know that. I filed a petition to remove it. The judge didn't like it, but he still referred it to DA Hannon. DA Hannon didn't want to pick it up because it's friends. And then they comes back, when I come back, all my goes, it says that this is the city of Godley. It's not for the DA. Although the statute specifically, the statute says specifically, when the judge refers it to the DA must ask the prosecutor. They didn't even know they had the prosecutor or no. So when he made a comment, and I was an attorney over there, that was, he's referring to me, how do you know that he got a petition? The good white system in this judicial system in this county sucks. And it really needs to be, the judges really need to be housed. Because what goes around in here would never stand in California. gonna be for a TRO or an injunction under the removal statute. I said, it's equitable. It's an equitable relief that is granted under the code. It doesn't have to say that. It is mandatory if it's asked for, and you can deny it because there's not an emergency situation, or it doesn't give rise to that injunction. But you can't tell me that it's not allowed under the statute because it's an equitable remedy that possesses. And it is under the government statute to allow for an injunctive relief. And it's your Texas Civil Code that allows for that relief. It doesn't matter. For the judge, okay. The first judge got recused. She knows that. Gets it referred to Fort Worth. 2 days later, it's kicked back to another judge or the refire. Yeah, exactly. They don't want that. When I went out to the TML conference and everything else, everybody knows now. It's a mess. They just laugh and go, I think it's bad. I go, look at it. I'm an attorney just learning this process for Texas. I go, this is you're still on horseback and you're riding in saddle with the lasso's trying to do your stuff. And oh, this is crazy. So I go, I'm just no, TML.
Oh, TML goes to the, you heard me.
Municipal.
No, you said TRO.
TRO, yeah.
For him?
Yes.
To make them
To
stop.
stop doing what he's doing, hiring people without city council.
Yep.
I'm citing the code section, I'm citing the this is what he's doing. He's hiring police.
Yes.
He's hiring this, he's hiring the city secretary without the city council approval. It says so.
What do you think the merit is of the fact that he's hiring and the whole EEOC issue? Do you think he gets resolved?
You know what, with that, probably because she.
Just one person claiming that they were discriminated against, were able to apply for the position.
Oh, yeah, there's litigation. Oh, yeah, there'd be liability.
It exposes the city.
It does.
To a lawsuit.
So does hiring for the school district and Sherry.
Oh, yeah.
No, excuse me.
That whole contractual
Yeah.
verbiage
Yeah.
is absolutely it's absolutely leaving both ends, really, both ends of it.
I was reading the last year of minutes, and this is not until
Yeah.
July. We can't get this done until July. It's been almost a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad.
I'll get the job so I can. Just say.
Everyone
As far as I'm
when
concerned,
Jennifer's.
there was no resolution at all of this. I mean, I can, presented the last person.
But why isn't anything else posted? That's, because he's just awful. He wants to, because he wants to control the narrative, just like the attorney wants to control the session where he wants to go on. It's the attorney's job, when they ask questions, to answer those questions, not to control what's going on.
Yeah, she.
I mean, and
That's way over. Did you see what
And why didn't you get your stuff out there supposed to be done? Oh, I didn't get it. No, you know, I'm just not. You know, that's why you don't, I mean.
You don't have the time to make that.
Well, and that's it. I mean, and that's what happened with the big firms that want to go. You know, we've got 15 attorneys, but they're all gonna go to the different cities and everything else, but they're gonna go. You have a problem.
They have Macno, they have Addison.
They've got at least 7. At least I mean, look at, I put like $400 an hour in California. I mean, I do.
Well, I'm just thinking.
But I've got 35 years worth of experience too.
But I bet your contract says including driving.
It does.
Their contract is
My retainer was 7 pages.
They were a budget of $3,000 and they got a bill from them for $5,000.
The amount of work, to be honest, the amount of work that needs to be done to correct this city, the ordinance, everything. I'm going, you don't want me to bill on an hourly rate.
Right now, we want to charge a month.
No, you wanna go salary.
Right, right.
I mean, if you wanna save the city money, you go salary.
Which I believe that's how it is.
Because all I'm supposed to do is, there's no way that you're gonna draft all the ordinances, go through all your, from Godley and read my stuff. And I mean, I mentioned it again 2 months ago. These all have to be redone. These are so old and archaic, they do not protect any of the citizens, okay? I mean, when you want to remove somebody because of malfeasance, whatever it might be, okay? And if there's grounds to have evidence, whatever it might be, you can't do it. I mean, I have no rights on what the judge did for my remedies to have them removed. I can't do it. I can't file a writ. No.
Is there anything
No.
that you heard, like,
No.
No revenue.
No.
I mean, wouldn't that mean?
Yeah, they're just gonna keep kicking it around.
It's a violation of state law. I'm a judge. I'm following the rules. I'm treason.
That's treason right there.
It's not a constitutional, I'm an elected official. I follow what the rules are. The rules say this. It's my interpretation.
That's what, yeah, that's what the county judge is.
What I'm saying is it my rule, you have no rights to appeal my decision, however it comes down, however you may like it, or not.
And even if you did, and even
No,
if you.
it's in your order. It's in the order. And I go, this is the first thing that needs to be changed. You can take this, adopt it. I wrote out what I would change it, I sent it off to various IP. And for this last section, to protect citizens of small communities, you need to change this. They've got legal rights for redress. Otherwise, it would be abused. However, the mayor doesn't have that discretion. She is wrong when she looks at the statute. It doesn't give the mayor absolute discretion on that. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct, because she's the CEO. I'm sorry, that's not how it's read. So, there's just, I mean, I don't, obviously, I don't like it because I heard too many
If you're the
things.
CEO of a higher shareholders can vote out the CEO, he is making you pay. And essentially, when you come here and you pay property taxes, you are investing in the city is a business. And that's the way people need to look at it, it's a popularity contest. So,
Well, and that's.
The mayor is going around thinking things that are against what the citizens want to know.
So,
I'm paying for people to live in this garbage town,
I mean,
with the garbage school.
and that's the thing, like, there's no force in this space.
there's not. And there's, when I was going initially through all the rules and everything, under section 42. There is, when you're talking with the extraterritorial jurisdiction, which I had to learn what all these acronyms were when I first got here, and I'm researching them, looking at them, I'm going, okay, so there's a provision that says that if you live in an extraterritorial Because they don't, they're under the headings of what is listed in the government codes, election codes and things. Everything's jumbled around. It's not under a specific. Okay, that's right. You know, and I'm going, okay, so this is my point if you're in the ETJ, but you have to be annexed in. So I go, so what is the difference between ETJ and annexation? Now I know what it is in California. Okay.
Well, what the interpretation is.
What is it in the court? Why have the sphere of influence that bounds 4 miles out past where I am, or 2 miles out? That's what you just said. Okay. Well, that's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care.
The lights are watching, yeah.
It's funny that they can hear us, but they can't hear anything.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you know, okay. So if it's ETJ, annexation, you say that it's annexed within the states itself. But then why would you say, this is my territory? Which, right, I have boundaries. That makes sense. That's the confusion that I'm looking at, because if you're telling me that this is the city limits and your sphere of influence, then are you not automatically in annexation? Yeah. It's like, but I can't find where that is. They make a distinction, generally speaking, if I go through the code. But,
And I think unfortunately, a lot of what has happened is they just assume that the meetings, we're going to stay the meetings forever, or until somebody turns down. They just assume they're going to stay with it, and now it's so long that you can't learn.
Because my passport.
well, and I understanding, it took me a while to understand. Let's see. I understand freedom, and I understand the federal, all the other stuff, and the, you know, all that stuff.
My husband sent me a text. The attorney keeps saying typically, they need to consult some attorneys that were hired.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Here we are.
It's
Exactly what I was just saying, I was like,
typically,
But does that mean that what we're doing is wrong, or is that just what everybody else does?
Yeah, I caught that.
see, the problem with most of them is that they've never, yes, you have to adopt laws, okay? That's the form of.
I don't understand that. What are they doing if it's not Robert?
Because.
I mean, are they just like
Yes.
willy-nilly?
Yes,
Essentially.
technically, that's what they're doing is willing
Then what difference does it make how they do things if they don't actually have Robert's own law?
And it doesn't, because how they're doing it is how they're doing it. However, if they're wanting to do proper parliamentary procedure, which is
Yeah.
I did go back to the 3 of them. What Roberts is.
Yeah.
Here's the.
I'm familiar with it,
Yes,
so.
and here's the order of what goes.
3 years.
It's like.
I have 6th grade, a kindergartner, and a 10th grader.
They can't.
Now, 10th grader and kindergarten,
Roger was,
my wife teaches it.
Michael
So
didn't
they
want to
go
get
up
up
there,
there.
my 6th grader, he moved, he's I'm going
Then
back.
you're letting.
Exactly. Yes. As soon as my oldest graduated,
Done.
we were talking about going into high school, she wasn't gonna change schools. But once she got,
Not the mayor.
my wife.
Mayor's not an.
I don't see anything.
He is not the. And I have researched. The mayor is not one of the. see petition, and I gave
You need to look for petition, like, actually look for signature. No, he's saying a paper. So they can't be online, they can't be electronic.
petition is to remove, has to be signed by 50% of the voting. And is it 50% of the voting within the city of Godley.
That's what we said. Cause I drafted something up and I was trying to.
You just need to, it's like any petition that's a recall. It's a recall petition.
Where do you, what, you got the signature?
If you file the election, and they have to
Play baseball then?
then they put it
My
on.
son wants to do.
And
Wants to go to TCU, wants to play baseball.
I actually have to see. 100 lines, all the language, 8 pages of the beginning petition. Or recall, and I sent it over to Jennifer. So I have it all written out. I researched it, I said, I defined what malfeasance was, I defined what common
I did that
was.
too, yeah.
I did, but I pulled up not only the state statutes, I pulled up the case law. So,
Which is nice.
and I pulled all that and put that in why it was.
So that has a lot.
Yes, and then you have a name, you have to have the.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can.
So I put all that.
It's an experience of life.
Send over here. So. It's a question.
Right now, we
In
have,
our last election, we had less than 200 people vote.
but we
And,
play.
and it's.
All the time.
That we would have to have.
We spend most weekends in Houston right now.
You have to contact the election people down here and get the voting people, let them, because they'll get you registered. They have to.
So you have to have what percentage?
50%
Of
of the voting,
residents, for the voting.
the voting residents.
Okay, so it's not of residents, it's.
The voting residents, right. I don't know. I don't know. Because one month is going, if you're faced with him for 12 months, 14 months.
We have a, granted, this is 2 months away, but we have an election 3 times.
Sure, it may.
And then, that's
Is he,
frustrating.
but is he, is he up for?
No, but I'm saying a voting, you know what I mean, we'll have a fresh
Oh, I understand, fresh council
number,
people.
no, a number of votes.
Okay.
But we might not want that, that might break our number. Yeah, we might break our number, we might want to.
Girls, they cheer, but.
And we get, because they just have to be registered as now. Not have to, they don't have to vote them now. Oh, just registered voters. 50% of registered voters is the city.
The bigger organizations. We got a really good group of kids. They're all local. Last year we had 4 kids from Louisiana, 2 from Oklahoma, 2 from Houston, and like 4 from.
Yes, thank you. City.
And so it was just really
I have no idea. Because what you end up doing is you, it's like, okay. You post what you want to be like it.
at the end of the day, I just feel like the money we spend on actually Saturdays and Sundays,
You go, okay, and you might have that place, and you go, okay, sign the nation, whatever it may be. Okay, great. And you're all,
You just have to have a number in there too.
you don't have to have voting, you have a lawyer at the end of it. When you get all, and there's some, you know, because basically, I finished off at like 100. Now we're in the last. Don't know how many voters, you know, they're involved. And you want their names listed down anyway, because then you know exactly where the voters are. And then when you fill them in, and they have to sign, and fill in all the date of birth and all the other stuff that goes on, then you already know.
Yeah, I've done, when we lived in Fort
Well, yes. It's not, I mean, it's not as progressive as, you know. Yes. Yes. I know.
Now, the worst part is
Oh, hell yeah, haven't done city? I've done. Yeah. Populated little town in California. I know, and I do corporate. I don't government litigation, I have no contracts, I mean, I've
yes
done
and no.
everything.
Okay.
I used to take
But,
that.
like, you can always say that it's either can't be hired or it's and the only reason why you use that, don't worry how many
No, but at least you know what, if you have somebody that's working on that, you want residents, they'll get that. You know, I'm like, you wanna, I'm gonna tell you what the statute says, this is how I interpret it. No. You make your call. Because I'm not here to control the meeting. You ask me a question? Obviously, I want to have the hell out of it. Because I do not like the lease. I really don't like the lease, and I have. I mean, Texas, I go, okay, you know what? This is a whole new ball. Because I'm not a good.
I mean, some of the other LA are in Baylor.
My dad was an attorney, his dad was a judge, I'm from Wyoming and all that other stuff, and I know that the good old boy and everything else.
Now, medical city in Dallas, I've heard, is if you're doing,
Not that much.
do medical city, I guess medical city,
No.
I mean, they
We've,
like, I
he's been out this week. Hopefully he gets released tomorrow.
He would not survive in any city in California, or in Ohio, or even by Seattle.
He would go.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the other, alternative. That was an accident.
He's talking about
Well, all three of them. They reattached all three of them, but.
yeah, there's like 6
I know, right? I can't really make it. They, they're, I don't know how strict they are, like 7.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna just, cause I get up at 5. I sit in the front and
When he just shows up and he's there.
I'm gonna have a response to every single one.
And that's exactly like Jen. I mean, I think
Straight shot.
Because she's giving it to me, so his uniform is my responsibility. And it's crazy that we show up and he'll, you know, it's top to bottom. What she says is, I have a process that I go through, and my process has worked so far, so it's clear. So I do, put it in the seat. No. Because the connection between they had it large, and so I take breaks, and I let it soak in 24 hours. And then I go back to the pressure washer, on the back of this white head pressure washer, this little thing, just soak it for another 24, and then I throw it in the washer. No wonder this it takes time. It's a 3-day process. From start to finish, it's a 3-day process. Yes. You got different uniforms. I'm hoping that we're wearing dark uniforms instead of the white ones. Usually, it's nice meeting you as well. Yeah, absolutely.
I found where they pushed last year's audit, so I requested that very specifically, the auditor that I want this person on this day for this fiscal year. I want the results of the audit and the support documents.
Well, and if it, yes, and if it was, you know, I have no, as I said, I would have paid up like $700 for records. Basically, for jail. You know, I go, I don't really have a, so I have to find, but I go, I don't have to see it longer and that kind of stuff. So I don't have a push regulation paper against this, whatever it is. No problem, especially they're really good that they're, I, you know, the unfortunate thing is I litigated in California, Texas, Not as a name partner. I mean, you can be a partner in one of the law firms and figure out who your managing partners are those that started it. And, you know, sometimes those structures go on for 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. And partners change, but the name is so well known. You know.
I think it's kind of interesting that, well, I mean, I guess this firm technically is named for the city of Appleton, but, the one who does most of their stuff in Appleton is and I know for a fact that it is.
Yes, he does. Yes, we pulled that up. Yeah. He lives in Denver and has another firm up there. Very well, I'm glad to hear it. You know what, there's so much that I don't know that is in here. Right. Yeah, you're not nice, you know, it's like, it's just, yeah, it's a great case of, it's and there's two police officers that were maintained. It is well known. And it is, because it was released from girls. For stalking and all the other stuff. Yeah, over at the gym. So. Because no one's going to hold the mayor and the city administrator accountable. I mean, that's the way. I mean, it's, you know, he was to have you have to realize that once you let 17,000 homes come in, infrastructure problems, you got police problems, you got fire department, you got roads, you got sewer, you got water, and then who's gonna pay for it? And then you got all the other traffic and everything else goes with it. And that's not. With all these developers, they're not staggered. They're not staggered to training for these people.
Seven seas and the name.
Ready for Canada.
Oh, my God.
We're gonna have to build something for you up there so you can just sit up there and.
Get a little deer wine.
Well, I did something I shouldn't have been doing, and then something fell on it, so, yeah. Nobody to blame but myself.
I get mad at work or not. Used to do it a whole lot, but now I don't do it as often as kick the get the toe swells up that much, cause now I just throw my heart out across the room. Get people attention.
Y'all don't forget your phones are off. Don't forget that your phones are off, so that way you don't miss calls later.
Yep.
None of that.
Nah, I gotta stay up. I'll be at work till 2 o'clock.
How, what time?
2.
I hate turning off my phone.
Why does that take so long to pick back up, or what?
And all the messages start blowing up.
Yeah, I got another superintendent out there, so he's supposed to be answering everybody's questions, not bothering me.
Where are you working at now?
I'm still in legal middle school. I'm a mess.
When did that happen?
They got behind because of weather, and then they got behind because of shortage of materials. Instead of telling everybody, okay, we can't make, what was it, August opening. We're gonna have to wait till,
The next
midterm to
semester,
do it,
yeah.
next, January. So they missed stuff left and right.
Oh boy.
I'm over there trying to correct it.
We are reconvening in the open session at 10:43. Are there any motions? Maybe one to adjourn?
Mayor, there was one item that was, not tabled, no action was taken on it, but it was requested to be addressed after the executive session. That was
Oh, okay, yeah.
item E.
Item M?
E. Discuss and consider possible action adopting a resolution to obtain all documents and information regarding the city of Godley, Texas to be released from White Hamilton Finley PLLC or WHF and to be returned to the city of Godley, Texas. I can address this in public, for the public's knowledge. As officers and contractors, as the city attorneys for the city, our firm is considered a temporary custodian of any documents or records that the city, that we have in our possession. I'm assuming that this item was placed there in relation to the executive session item. In the event that our firm's services are ever terminated or our contract is ended with the city, we would have an ethical obligation to provide all of the records that we have in our possession to the city for the city's use. So if it ever came to that, that would happen. So.
So, we have a motion to act on anything?
I think we need all these policemen here for us at these meetings, but other than that.
Not on the agenda, yeah.
I know. I appreciate their support, but I think it's a little much. Well, I have to make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Jennifer? Jan? Marianne? Rodney?
Yes.
Yes.
We stand adjourned.
What time is it, sir, on your clock? 10:45. Motion to adjourn, second, here's my carbon post. 10:45. Okay, I think you and I need to discuss some stuff, right? You were asking me a question before.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Have a recording of it and play it again.
I guess I just need to find a way to train on that so we can get someone else. Because I don't want the judge to think I'm not trying to do anything, but if I don't know what actions I need to be taking.
Yeah,
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Encode allows you, thank you. Encode allows you to create a docket, but you need to know how to